All right, good morning everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the Market Open. I'm your head market analyst here. Today's January 25th. Diving in, we have market movers. You have Tesla getting absolutely clobbered on earnings. So that one is leading the consumer discretionary ETF to the downside. I have some buy levels on Tesla, but I do think it is a little bit lower. You are extremely oversold. You were oversold on this dip. You were way oversold before you actually even had this drop, but you are coming up into some decent support. I'm looking at a day trade in between 185 and 183 on the Tesla chart. So keep that on watch. That's the level that I am watching very, very closely, between 183 and 185. Now, there's a short level at this little pivot here. If you get rejected, you could keep shorting Tesla on the pops. If Tesla manages to get a hourly close above that pivot, then you do stand the chance that you can move all the way back to gap fill 208. But Tesla looking very, very weak. You also have Humana down HUM. That one is also under a lot of pressure right now. Gapping down on earnings. Horrific chart. You've actually now come back all the way into this low pivot from 2022. So keep that one on watch for a day trade long. I am interested in potentially trading this on the long side. Let's just look at the weekly chart. You can see you are coming up into your pre-COVID high pivot and this massive dump. So Humana does have a tendency to make these large outside moves. Remember, you got this little bearish trigger on the weekly head and shoulders downside target. You're actually overshooting the downside target. So it's super interesting to note. In terms of where I would go long on this day trade, it's a tough one. This one has overshoot to it, a lot of overshoot, but let's just throw up a fib retrace from this low pivot to this high pivot just to see where we are. So we're actually coming up into some really good support here at 345. That's potentially a long level at that 618 fib level. So keep that one on watch. Keep Humana on watch. I am going to put like a little alert just to see if we can flush into that. You can actually see Humana went below that in the pre-market. So we do have a level at 332. If we retrace, we can go long, but that 618 should hold. That 618, you're above it right now. It should hold in the near term. All right, semiconductors are also strong this morning. Again, I'm looking at fading AMD, NVDA as well. They're pushing up at the highs. Dollar is trying to break out here. Small caps are up nicely as well. I'm also looking at a potential fade on the Russell 2000. So if we look at the IWM, it's gapped up above this previous resistance here. Trigger this M top and now you're well above it. I see resistance basically at these pivots here. There's two little resistance points. So I think if we push up into the same rejection point, we can look for a short. Now you do have a gap fill sitting all the way higher here around the 199.39 level. So we'll watch that closely. Oil stock, energy stocks are strong today. One of the reasons oil, take a look at WTI crude. Oil having a definitive breakout to the upside. Nat gas is under a little bit of pressure today. SMH is making new highs. So take a look at that oil chart. That is a thing of beauty. Stocks like RIG gapping up. XOM hit $100 in the pre-market. It's at 100.40 right now, so this one still has more room and legs to run, in my opinion. But definitely some good strength across the board. And I warned you about XLE bouncing off of this key parallel channel, and you're getting a huge bid. We do have some more data coming out later around that 10 a.m. time frame. So guys, I'm looking at shorting AMD. All right, markets are set to open in 3 minutes, so keep your eye on Tesla. We will trade that on the long side. Hey, Cho, good morning. Good morning. So we've gone over Humana, we've gone over Tesla. We've looked at the Russell 2000. We are seeing the dollar trying to push up right now, but it is still weak on the session. Well, it's up slightly. Again, I'm looking at AMD shorts to take some puts with members in and around this vicinity already. All right, guys, 1 minute till the market opens here. 1 minute till the U.S. market open. So Russell 2000 short around that 198.40, 198.60 area. Tesla longs we discussed. Humana, I'm watching that on the long side. Looking to fade the semiconductors at the open, guys, off of this gap up. All right, markets are open. Markets are open. AMD. Let's see what the SPY is doing here. Tesla's making new lows, guys. Tesla is making new lows. We're seeing that S&P fade nicely. All right, guys, we're going to go long SOXS here. We are long SOXS here at 438. 438, we're long SOXS. It's a short on the semis. Humana is getting a nice big bid. Tesla is still trying to catch a bid, but I haven't picked up a long position yet. You might get a bounce off this 190 area. It's trying to see some buyers step into the fray. AMD's weak. So we're just settling into things here. You have had AMD pull in from the highs quite substantially. Look at this move off of the lows, guys. Look at this move off of the lows. So Tesla's still firming, trying to firm up here, guys. Tesla's still trying to firm up here. Maybe we see some money rotate back into Tesla out of the semis. Guys, Humana is coming right back down, so I do have a long level on Humana. It's not there yet. Meta, huge wick on Meta. DXY is popping, guys. The DXY is popping. Let's take a look at GLD here for a second. All right, guys, I'm shorting gold here. GLD, I'm shorting gold here, 187.13. 187.13. Seeing that DXY starting to pop up. GDX could also be played potentially on the short side. Let's take a look at the SPY ETF. We are starting to see Tesla firm up here some more. Semis are still seeing some distribution. You have all sectors green except for healthcare and XLY. SPY is trying to push up some more now. All right, so nice push on the semis here. We're still trying to move up. All right, guys, I'm shorting the S&P here, 487.46. 487.46. Just shorted the SPY. 487.46. It's a starter position. AMD's pushing. Big dump on Amazon there, guys. Big dump on Amazon. All right, guys. I'm also going to short AMD here. I just got filled at 183.85. 183.85. Wow, look at that pop on AMD. 183.85. Still holding the semiconductors. All right, guys, and I just added to my gold short at 187.37. GLD, I just added to my GLD short, so we're short the SPY. We are long SOXS at this 438, and we are short GLD. 187.37. It's our second entry. Brings our average up now. Tesla's making a new low of day. So Tesla's testing that new low of day. A big bullish reversal on a Meta. Microsoft's weakening now. Tesla did put in a new low of day. Look at AMD, guys. What do you think about BA, Boeing? I actually exited my Boeing trade. Boeing was nasty. We took profits all the way up here at 216. Right back down. I think Boeing's a short, to be honest. And, you know, one stock that I think you could trade, you can go long, love, short, Delta, short, Boeing. I think that's a pairs trade. The DXY is trying to break out here, guys. The DXY is trying to break out. I repeat, the DXY is trying to break out. AMD is still super strong, the strongest component in the semi. So what this is telling me is that since the bear market, the semis are trying to move up off of the lows here. AMD is the heaviest weighted component now in the SOXX, so it's still remaining resilient. Is showing that if it starts to falter at all, we should start to see semis push down. All right, Russell's trying to push up. Tesla's still at the lows of the session. I'm still watching Tesla. It's not at my long target yet. I do have a long entry trigger, but it's not yet. AMD is still just consolidating here. Tesla's still down 9.87. Very rare to see Tesla trying to it's very rare to see the markets up this much when Tesla's down that much. Super big divergence. And again, it's just showing that the money's flowing into the semis, lifting things incredibly. Still watching AMD on the short side. Still have this S&P 500 short. Still have this SOX long and a GLD short. So in the money here on the SPY short. Flat on AMD. In the money nicely on SOXS. Google's at the highs of the session, pushing higher. Meta had a nice bullish reversal. Still think that one probably could come down off of its reversal. Tesla's now trying to firm up a little bit. Still have only 2 sectors down on the session. AMD's up 3. Apple's up 0.4. SPY is still really struggling at the zone. The SPY is still. Take a look at this DXY. It's trying to attempt at a breakout, which is why I think we should see another reversal. And that big impulse green bar, putting in some bullish consolidation. You are trying to break out of this little range pattern again. You clear this little high pivot here, and we're going to be off to the races for the Dixie. So just to summarize things, we are in one SOXS trade at 438 long. We have an AMD short at 183.85. We have a GLD short, and we have an S&P 500 short. We're kind of flat on all the trades. Semiconductors, we are in the money here. AMD is still showing resiliency up at these lofty levels. All right, so AMD, this is the heaviest weighted semi, so in the SOXX, so that's going to be the most influential for our SOXS trade. It really is, and that's trying to break out, so you have to expect that AMD is probably also going to see some weakness. Apple's weakening here, guys. Apple is weakening.
Did anybody take Humano with me last night? We did 385 puts. It's at 355.
AMD still trying to push up here, guys. I just took a high risk lotto play on NVIDIA. I took a 620 0 DTE put. I took a 620 0 DTE put. All right, take a look at this S&P 500 here. We are seeing the Dixie trying to break out, guys. We are seeing the Dixie trying to break out. So I just took a 620 0 DTE put on NVIDIA. Super, super risky trade. S&P is starting to come down some more. Tesla has not hit my long level yet. Do not get too crazy with this name. It has not hit my long level yet. I'm still eyeing it up. Nice SPY breakdown here, guys. Take a look at AMD. We're moving up nicely here. Take a look at this, our SOXS. I'm going to ride this. You know, it's probably prudent to take profits. We're up nicely on every single trade here. Take a look at that, up over 2% on the semis. Up nicely on AMD. AMD is coming in hot. Take a look at this price action, guys. Let's look at the SPY. It is still acting resilient here. I still think we haven't seen a day where we see a broad market sell-off. Typically, Tesla down 10% does result in a broad market sell-off. It's very difficult to gain strength. Another sympathy play on Tesla's weakness is Amazon. We can look for an Amazon short here. You see it fell all the way down. I've got enough positions on the go, but that is a sympathy trade on the short side. Dollar's still trying to break out a little bit. Take a look at this, guys. Take a look at this. Biggest market movers, IBM up 10, American Airlines up 6, Packaging Corp up 6.4, ResMed up, United Rentals up nicely. Look at this fall, guys. Look at this fall on AMD. Holy. Got my dad watching with you. Nice job, Liquid Fire. That's amazing. So we're up nicely. We took those AMD shorts at 183, 185. I took puts with my members. I also called out 620 puts on NVIDIA, 0 DTE puts. We're almost in the money nicely. We do have an S&P 500 short here as well, which we're up on. And we have an SOXS trade. So all positions are in the money. Remember, we're also shorting GLD, which is starting to come in. And one of the reasons I'm picking shorts on this market, take a look at this DXY. You had weak economic data on the employment side, and it's still trying to break out at the highs of this session. So again, Tesla still has not hit my long level. I have a long level on Tesla, but it has not hit it yet. And the thing about it is if the market starts to break down, you have so many people trapped in Tesla at these levels trying to bottom pick it. If the market weakens up here, all of that money trapped in Tesla is going to go lower and start to sell even more, and it's going to push these indices down. You know, I like between the 185, 183, but it really depends on what the S&P is doing and the QQQ. So you can see we're putting in a little bit of a bearish potential setup. So our semiconductor trade is working out nicely here. It's probably prudent to start taking some profits, guys. I'm going to hold though. I'm going to be a little bit greedy. I'm going to hold this a little bit longer. Still seeing a lot of weakness starting to creep in. Still only have 2 sectors down on the session. The rest of them are positive, but this might be a gap and crack type of day, specifically if the dollar continues to push up. You do have the VIX slightly green on the session. The VIX is slightly green. Oil's ripping again, so energy stocks are playing out terrifically here. Oil having a beautiful technical breakout. No question on the daily chart, oil broken out. That's a headwind for the market. You know, it almost makes me want to start fading airlines. We obviously do have a short trade on some of the transport stocks, but you should start to see the Dow components weaken here. Transport's weakening. They don't like oil. You know, I was looking at Delta Airlines for a short. That one's trying to push up. Sorry, that's American Airlines. I was looking at Delta Airlines to fade here because I didn't like the chart setup. I was looking at a pairs trade where you go long Love and short Delta. But you can see Love is seeing a big reversal on earnings. It did have a technical breakout. I still have a range target of roughly between 34 and 36 bucks. All right, S&P is trying to push right back up. Same thing with AMD. You're seeing weakness in Alibaba now, starting to creep into the fray of things. NVDA is right back up. Bitcoin's softening. Google's trying to push back up.
I took my entry on those AMDs.
Tesla's still trying to firm up. I still see some weakness in Tesla, guys. I do not think it's done selling yet. You're just getting a little bit of firming up here at the lows because the S&P is firming up. So semi is still acting resilient here, trying to push up even more. SMCI is up 0.5%. Watch for SMCI. If that one goes negative, that's kind of been a leading indicator for this market. SMCI has really been a powerhouse, strong semiconductor. I'm actually looking at some puts on this name. I'm going to probably do a high risk setup here. All right, guys, I'm going to take... maybe I'll just short common shares. No, we have enough exposure on the semi side. I do like SMCI for continued weakness, guys. I do like SMCI for continued weakness. Still watching Tesla on my other screens, guys. Still watching Tesla on my other screens. Watching NVIDIA. NVIDIA's trying to push back up. Apple's firming. Google's at the highs of the session. Meta's still looking like it's in a distributive phase right now. Yeah, so Casper there, I don't like Boeing right now. I did like it off that initial hard sell-off, but now I don't like it. I think Boeing actually goes down. Now, for a long-term accumulation off of this dip, you probably will get rewarded, say, over the next 12 to 24 months if you're buying here because it has such a duopoly of the space. All right, so semis are starting to weaken or strengthen up here with the selling in the SOXS. SPY had a big wick up back to the high side. Still have all indices green. The weakest index is the S&P. Strongest is the Russell 2000. So small caps are showing resiliency. Here we have AMD softening up a little bit again. So that's going to help our semiconductor play. You can see AMD on the 1 minute chart's actually triggering now a little bit of a head and shoulders. You're testing the neckline right now. This is king for having fake breakdowns, but you are at the highs of the chart, all-time highs of the chart. So it does open up the probabilities of that move playing out. But we'll watch it closely. Let's watch it closely. Tesla's trying to firm up. Potential little inverse head and shoulders on Tesla. I still don't like it. I still think we go lower. It has not achieved my mathematical downside target. Take a look at that breakdown on semis coming into the fray. Our SOXS is pushing up nicely here. AMD is coming in hard, guys. AMD is coming in hard. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. This is what we want to see. Look at that sell-off, guys. That is epic. I remember put just went in the money. Alright guys, we're up tremendously here on AMD and our SOXS, so I'm actually still going to ride this a little bit more. Look at this move, we're up over 3%. I still think AMD could actually have a gap and crack scenario here. Where the heck did my AMD chart go? I'm just not seeing any candlesticks. So back to the SPY. Alright, AMD is looking like it's a flusher, guys. AMD is flushing here pretty hard. That NVIDIA 0DT put is almost in the money simultaneously. Alright guys, if we tap the EMA 113 on AMD, I will look to close it. We can see the downside move on AMD should take us a little bit lower to 179. 179. Amazon's curling over, Tesla's curling over, Qs are curling down now. Big pop on AMD there. So buy the dip is starting to come back into the picture. Oil is still absolutely ripping. So congrats if you were able to take profits with us on the member trade. We secured another beautiful put option. We took the put play, Jan 26 put, and it did go in the money. So nice little win to start the morning. Google still pushing at the highs of the session. Microsoft still consolidating here. You can see the S&P is still pushing up despite a little bit of weakness in semis. Still trying to push up here. So S&P is currently above our short level, just a little bit. Still holding an SOX long. Still holding an NVIDIA put. Took profits on an AMD put. Still have an AMD common shares short on this day trade. All right, NVIDIA is now coming in more, guys. Remember, we took that 0DTE put play, which it's about to go in the money. We took that. Look at that. We just went in the money, guys. Our 0DT play is in the money on NVIDIA.
Our 210 calls are up 554%. I'm sorry, it's put. 210 puts.
So that's another winner. Our 0DTE play all the way from 624. Huge banger there on NVIDIA. Still riding my SOXS long. We took that at 438 at the beginning of the stream. We kind of gave you ample warning. Still holding my GLD short and SPY short. Look at this move, guys. Look at this move. All right, I'm covering AMD here. I just covered my AMD short position at 179 and pierced that EMA 113. We just took profits. I still think it can hit the target of 179 there, but we just pulled profits all the way from 183, so it's a nice $4 gain on the trading session. Beautiful, beautiful job. And we still have exposure to this if it goes lower, because it is a huge weighting in the semiconductor bear ETF. So already a few winners here in the books for us. Congrats if you've been able to take that. Probably makes sense to take profits here on semis, but I still think we could see a red to green reversal. And that could mark a little bit of a near-term top in the semiconductor space, and we could mark a little bit of a near-term top in the overall market. Still holding my S&P 500 short. We're still short the S&P. You haven't really had the dollar breakout, which is why the S&P hasn't sold off more. It's actually stayed firm because the dollar's been dwindling here just a little bit. But with the weakness in the semis, I do anticipate that the markets should break down here and see some more weakness. Tesla's still hovering at 189. Still no trade on Tesla yet for myself. It still needs to flush a little bit more. In terms of mega cap performance, you have Apple up, Microsoft up, AMD up, Tesla down 9%. XOM rig ripping, Netflix up, Amazon's negative on the sympathy trade from the XLY. So right now, again, the QQQ is actually the weakest indice, so you are seeing a little bit of selling taking place in tech, guys. Some selling is taking place in tech, and we have to be aware of that. And if we lose this gap up, where I could see us trading into, we have a couple different levels here on the Qs. You could revert, you could have a mean reversion back to this original trend line, back to this original channel that we were trading into. So keep your eye on that channel. It should, this gap and crack should play out, and we should revert back into the channel. The question is, do we hold that gap, or do we flush all the way down to the low end of the range? There's certainly a case for flushing all the way down to the low end of the range, guys. We have some 10 a.m. data coming out, so in 1 minute, S&P is trying to push. Now it's seeing some weakness. Kind of mixed all over the place. No real change in yields yet, no real change in the dollar. S&P, you can see, is trying to push back up off of that news.
664,000 versus 645,000 on new home sales.
So Tesla's pushing up, Apple's curling down, Microsoft's curling down, NVDA's curling down, AMD's curling down. So most of the large cap stock, mega cap stocks are starting to curl down. Meta's still strong, Google's still strong. So we've already pulled some nice profits this morning, guys. It's been a pretty terrific day. So again, if you haven't checked out my tradingcapital.ca Discord, I run a swing trading service and day trading service. Our members banked on two massive put plays, AMD and NVIDIA. We've already secured profits on both. And I told you those trades on the live stream here as well. So it's been a pretty tremendous day for us so far. SPY, I'm still holding that SPY short. I'm still holding this SOX long at 438, which we're nicely in the money. Still holding a GLD short as well, slightly down on GLD. Our average on GLD right now is at 187.22. Basically above 188, I'll look to add to the GLD. Sorry, 187.80, I'll look to add to GLD again on the short side. And this is predicated on, I think, the dollar firms up at some point. All right, so S&P is just fighting this area here. It is just fighting this area. You have AMD almost filling the gap, getting a nice big push up right now. Amazon's still curling down. Tesla's trying to recapture 190. But we're still super weak here, guys. And we haven't seen a broad market sell-off in recent sessions, guys. We have not seen a broad market sell-off. certainly with the oil, if the dollar firms up with a strong oil price, that could be the recipe for a bigger decline today. I would not be shocked if the indices go negative, specifically around Microsoft losing from the highs, NVDA, Apple. Apple's almost negative on the session. You can see Apple's actually curling to the downside here. Microsoft, let's take a quick peek at that one. That one's curling. Some of the high-flying movers are IBM. You know, there might be a little bit of a short trade on IBM here, but it is broken out of a big basing formation, getting super extended. So maybe we can top pick something here. I just want to see this weekly chart level of resistance. You know, you're trying to push for all-time highs here, but I am seeing the indices breaking down here.
I'm seeing a crap load of calls coming through for DOW.
All right, S&P, bigger technical breakdown, guys. Bigger technical breakdown. Humana still down 10%, Boeing down 5%, CVS down 3.9%, Tesla down 8.5%, Northrop Grumman NOC down 5.4%. Let's look at Tesla. Still selling. Still hasn't hit my levels, guys. We're still holding shorts on this market. SPY, big candle down. SPY, big candle down. Let's take a look at our SOXS long. That one is starting to firm up, trying to put in a bull flag consolidation. You even have GLD now responding, getting some big hard 1 minute wicks down. Why is that? Well, simply look at what the DXY is trying to do here, guys. Microsoft's still curling down here, guys. It is opening itself up to more vulnerability. Tesla coming back down again. Let's see what that S&P is doing. S&P is still just chugging along here, trying to put in a little bit of an inverted head and shoulders here on the S&P. Now that would be wild. If we actually trigger this little inverted head and shoulders, that's technically a little bit of a bullish pattern. So that being said, I mean, it's probably wise to trim some profits on this SOXS, but let's see what we get. We have not triggered the breakout yet on the SPY, and the QQQ chart is looking completely different. So we'll see. I'm still short. Amazon curling back down. Bitcoin seeing some sell side pressure. SMCI is still positive, so that's certainly helping the semiconductor space. Mara up 3.3, AMD back up. Let's take a look at Boeing again. Just completely getting decimated here. My members were able to bank nicely. We caught this whole bounce all the way up to about 216, 217 on the charts. Exited nicely. I think Boeing comes back down to 190 now, sub 200. There'll be a little bit of intraday support along the way on Boeing. Still have all indices green. The DXY is starting to push up some more, guys. So the DXY is starting to push up. I'm going to look at some Russell 2000 puts because it's one of the more sensitive indices to the stronger dollar. Dollar trying to break out here. All right, I'm going to take 195 0 DTE puts on the Russell 2000, 195 0 DTE puts on the Russell 2000. So we're looking for a move down to 195. Let's play ball. You know, there is a potential bullish pattern forming with this inverse, but I'm going to give the pattern the benefit of the doubt to the dollar. The dollar is trying to break out.
That explains why it's not my stuff.
And you can arguably say the dollar has triggered an inverted head and shoulders on the hourly chart. Take a look at this. Upside target should take you above 104, which is the critical tightening range. So it's remarkable that the indices are still acting well. You have your left shoulder here, you have your head, you have your right shoulder. That pattern has triggered on the hourly chart, and you're trying to get a push up. But the S&P right back to the highs.
One NVDA, give me the new high day. Need to play.
S&P is trying to break out of this little pattern here, so we'll watch it closely. Tesla's still selling. Microsoft's starting to curl down again. So upside target on this takes us to 488.42. If the S&P has a clean break here. All right, one of the reasons the S&P is breaking out is because the dollar is selling off here. So in a little bit of a 1 minute breakout pattern occurring on the S&P, still seeing weakness in Tesla. This is mainly lifting the market from Meta, Google, NVIDIA's bounced off of those, AMD. So the semiconductor complex is the one that's lifting this. Now you are tapping pre-market high. Just got a 1 minute close at this yellow line. That's your pre-market high. I'm still holding my short for now, but we are seeing it trying to push up. PBR is up to, the whole energy complex is up. You know, we're long rig. We took XOM $100 calls yesterday, which we played out perfectly. Our biggest energy position with trading capital is RIG, rig, the highest beta name. SPY is breaking out here, guys. It's trying to get a confirmed 1 minute breakout candle. You can see resistance, still some sellers lurking there. AMD's moved right back up to the highs. Tesla's trying to firm up. Dollar's still trying to break out. It is positive on the session. All right, guys, I am going to look to take some puts on AMD again. I'm looking for a move back down to this 180 area. Even 179 might do the trick. It's amazing to see the continuation strength. All right, guys, I'm going to take 179 0 DTE puts on AMD, 179 0 DTE puts on AMD. Small size right here, enter 179 0 DTE puts on AMD. We already closed profits, so I'm just playing with rolling profits into a new trade, playing with the profits from the previous trade. take a look at the SPY. Did kind of retracing back to support here. All right, so Microsoft's had a big push up. Tesla's still weak. Tesla's almost to my long level. I'm interested in below 186. So it's about $1 away below 186. You know, I'd even prefer the 183 level. Still holding on to my SPY short. Still have this XOXS long. Could have taken a lot more profits. You know, we're still up on the trade 2.5%, give or take. But I'm looking for more. Riding some AMD put options again, just with the profits from the earlier trade. Right now we're slightly down on this position. You could be wanting to retrace to the neckline. Humana still weak. Tesla down over 10% on the session. NVIDIA is trying to now push up. So big push on NVIDIA. So we're just taking things slow here. Still seeing the S&P holding above that breakout trend line, which does give it the thesis that it could move higher, but you're under pre-market high. You're tapping right at resistance pre-market high. You know, AMD's firmed up. The semiconductor complex has firmed up a little bit more here. What I'm seeing here now is gold is starting to sell off, which tells me that, okay, maybe the dollar does want to push higher here. You know, the dollar still hasn't broken out of this range yet. I feel like if it breaks out of this range, you know, this 1 pivot, 2 pivot, 3 pivot, that's when I think the S&P will get a little bit of a sell side signal. You just still have some overzealous momentum through Microsoft, Google, Meta at the highs. So still some strength. Take a look at the CMND. It is starting to rip and roar here. It is starting to rip and roar. This one could be making a big swing to the upside. I see gap fills at 318. S&P still hasn't had a definitive breakout above that neckline.
Remember what I said about R? I expect her to rip. We have $97 or $79 calls.
So AMD finding a little bit of resistance at that neckline. Let's see what NVIDIA is doing. This could be where we start to see the next sell side pressure take us down in the semis. Do you think semis are seeing a little bit of distribution today that could take us lower? Microsoft pushing for new highs. Microsoft just made a new all-time high. While Tesla's still falling, making new lows. Tesla's now approaching that 186 level, guys. So keep Tesla window open. We do have a day trade level coming into the picture here very, very shortly. We have a potential day trade long level coming up into the play. All right, the DXY is breaking out too, guys. Take a look at this definitive breakout. So be careful with these indices. The DXY is breaking out now. Let's see how the indices respond. So we're still riding a put on AMD after securing already. We're having S&P 500 short. We took a 195.0 DTE put on the Russell 2000. That one trying to have a breakout here. Almost looks like a failed bullish breakout here. So keep an eye on that pattern closely.
Google's R2 is at 151.75.
Tesla's still making new lows. Tesla's still making new lows. Big drop on Starbucks there. Guys, I'm going to short Eli Lilly here, 631.72. 631.72. This is a 1/3 position. I will add at the gap fill here. So it's a starter position, a short on Eli Lilly. I'm seeing healthcare stocks. The sector healthcare is weak on the back of Humana. So I think that we could see some downside occur in Eli Lilly.
Yes, sir. Up 120% on ARM on those $79 calls. Up over 5,003% in the entire year on ARM.
Let's look at the SPY again. SPY is breaking out here, guys. Continuing to move higher as the dollar softens. Tesla still at the lows, Microsoft at the highs. So it's really just a concentrated move from Microsoft and some of the semiconductors and Google. Tesla still at 106, guys, making a new low of day. Still eyeing up Tesla on the long side, but it hasn't quite hit my level yet.
Bro, you are a fucking G when you did that. The way you did that, man. Everybody else was thinking bearish, and you're like, oh shit, I'm going long.
Microsoft's now seeing a potential 10-minute topping tail at the all-time highs. Did you take a gold short? Yeah, I did short GLD. I'm short GLD. Watching it closely here. The dollar's coming in a little bit here. You know, we're slightly down in the trade. Our average is sitting at 187.27 here. It's only a half position. I did short GLD. This is just a day trade, not a swing trade yet. SPY's moving up. I'll add to my SPY at 488.44, above that area. Microsoft's still pushing. Google's still pushing. So the dollar tried breaking out there, but it's kind of getting a small rejection off of that 103.50 area. Still holding on to my shorts. I still think that this market is vulnerable to seeing some downside just with the big distributive properties that we saw early on AMD. I just added to my short at 488.10 on the SPY, 488.10. That is the second entry short on the SPY. Brings my average up to 487.81. Next ad level's all the way up here at 487. That's kind of a double top scenario. Seeing NVIDIA curl down here, AMD curl down. Semis are starting to weaken. Gold took a nice little dip there, GLD. So our GLD short position basically is now flat on this session. Still push up higher, but it is finding some resistance at that 103.50 area. Still holding an IWM 195 put. I'm still holding my SPY short, my SOXS long. I'm still holding a 179 0DT put on AMD with the profits that we rolled from the first trade. Still looking at a long trade on Tesla. It has not hit it yet though. All right, so SPY seeing a little bit of sell side pressure there. Nothing crazy, nothing crazy. SPY is pushing right back up. The resiliency, and one of the reasons I think the market is still firm is you have yields down across the long and the short of the curve.
Google 152 call in the money. Please remember what I said. Google, the way this ticker performs.
Still only two sectors down. Let's look at some of the financials here. JP Morgan, initial big sell-off, big V-shaped recovery at the moment. One of the reasons the market's so strong, you have Microsoft putting in new all-time highs. Take a look at this SMCI. This one's still way overbought in my opinion, but it has triggered a potential bullish little breakout intraday on this 1 minute chart. So GLDs continue to come down. The S&P is still pushing up here.
hold through this downfall, cut it. And some of the things that's gonna help you with that is drawing your trend lines on your chart. If she don't break, why go?
All right, Bitcoin's starting to look a little heavier here on the back of crypto, on the back of dollar pushing up. You have Coinbase going from green to red. This one looks like a nice little short potential. Probably can short it down to 118 here, 118.80. Let's look at Mara. It's the highest short name. That one's still actually positive on the session. I'm going to look for a little bit of a sympathy trade here. GLD falling a little bit sharper now. You do have that DXY trying again at another attempt of that 103.50 zone. And I repeat, you have triggered an hourly chart pattern. We'll get a definitive close in 31 minutes. If we close above this wick, that hourly trigger has confirmed. So gold is still weakening here on the back of the dollar trying to break out. We're still just waiting on the S&P to break down. I still think it's a great shot. Again, we have 179 puts. We're playing with profits on AMD. We have 179 0DT puts on AMD. Guys, I'm going to take that same trade that we took this morning on NVIDIA, just a little bit higher from our entry. I'm going to take 620 0DT puts on NVIDIA. 620 0DTE puts on NVIDIA. So we're playing with profits now. We took this trade already at the open. Boom, big flush. We're back in it again. Puts on NVIDIA, puts on AMD. Still holding my LLY short here, which were just slightly in the money. It got rejecting at that EMA 113. And still holding my GLD short. That one we're in the money. Still holding this SOXS long. That one we could have taken a whole host of profits, but I'm looking for a bigger move here. Still holding AMD puts. Still holding a Russell 2000 195 0DTE put, which we're basically seeing it come down now. And obviously we're holding SPY common shares short. So we have a whole bunch of positions on the docket, and we are starting to see things push down here on the back of that dollar getting another 1 minute close at the highs of the session. At the highs of the session. Tesla still has not hit my long entry target. I repeat, Tesla still has not hit my long entry target. Still needs to go a little bit lower. It's so oversold though. I mean, on a daily chart, your RSI is reading 18.62, hourly chart 16.88, 20-minute 12.14. Still insane resiliency in the semiconductor space. Microsoft still above all-time high price, trying to move higher here. Bigger breakdown coming, guys, in the market. Bigger breakdown coming in the market off of that dollar trying to pop. So just like that, our S&P is back in the money. We are seeing some hard selling. Bigger candle coming down. GLD is also selling pretty hard here, guys. So take a look at that play. Again, we're in the money on all of our positions, even our put plays, except for our AMD put, which we're playing with profits. But we are seeing a big breakdown coming into the markets as we speak. So again, if you're watching this video and you're interested in how I'm trading, my members have taken already 3 winning options plays this morning. Also, a couple of you have taken it in the live stream here. We also closed a beautiful winner on XOM calls. We took $100 calls yesterday on XOM. I actually did call it in. I believe I called it out in the day trade room, but we did take those XOM calls. $100 calls, I believe somewhere around this 99 area. I'd have to look back at it. But you saw XOM hit that well above 100. And beautiful to see that go in the money. All right, so SPY. If you get a retrace to this neckline, you could have the ability to bounce, a small micro bounce. The fact that we're losing pre-market high, which is this yellow line, is slightly bearish. It is showing that there's some sellers starting to potentially come out of the fray here, out of the woodwork. Our AMD put is back to break even. Our LLY position is falling nicely here. So LLY is starting to fall. Let's look at Snap. Netflix is still up. All right, guys, these puts look like they want to start printing here. We are seeing AMD fall pretty precipitously, NVDA as well. Take a look at AMD. That is the leading semi component. You are trying to put in maybe a potential inverted head and shoulders in AMD. You'd have to start curling up fairly soon here. But based off of the weakness in the S&P 500, I'm highly doubting that. Take a look at that. You're losing the neckline. So our puts are printing, guys. Our shorts are printing here. Tesla new low. Tesla is falling for a new low. Starting to see a little bit more red on the screen, guys. A lot more red starting to appear on the screen. Big drop on the S&P, guys. Big drop there. Russell 2000 0DTE put is about 70 cents away from going in the money at 195. So that's certainly looking very good. All right, guys, I just covered my GLD at 186.86. 186.86. I just covered my GLD at 186.86. That's a nice little win. Took that one down from that 187 area. It's a nice 41 cents per share. So that one we are officially out of. I still think that there's a chance it can go to gap fill just based off of the dollar actually pushing, getting a close above that 103.50 area as of now. The hourly chart is going to be a big level for the dollar. What we want to see is basically a close above this previous pivot high here. Okay, so I'm actually going to draw that in on the dollar. If you get a close above that previous pivot high at 103.45 on the hourly chart, so we'll know in 30 minutes, expect the indices to vary that level, in my opinion. All right, so S&P hitting the EMA 113 for the first time today off of that initial gap up. If you lose the EMA 113, you're going to go back down to the low here. Okay? Hey, Stoicanshu. Right now, AMD, we took put options initially, which we banked. They went in the money. We took 180 puts on AMD all the way up from this 184 area. They went in the money. And now we're writing AMD 179 puts again. And we're writing a 0DTE play 620 puts on NVDA. And then we just have common shares short on SPY. And we have a Russell put play as well. We took 195 0DTE puts on the Russell. And take a look at the Russell. You're now basically retesting this previous little neckline. This could be a big bearish failure. Bulls trying to recover that neckline. If you fail, remember this pattern does suggest you could have a flush from the neckline trigger all the way down to that gap fill. So I'm going to ride these 195 puts down. I think they're very, very likely of paying. Take a look at that, guys. Take a look at that. That's beautiful to see. Oil's starting to weaken just a little bit here. So some of the market movers, the leading stocks in the S&P, IBM, United Rentals, American Airlines, Berkeley, ResMed, Humana, Tesla, Northrop Grumman, Boeing, United Health are the weak spots. All right, guys, so healthcare stocks like Eli Lilly still showing weakness here. Take a look at UNH. That one is also weak on the session, getting absolutely clobbered. 1 minute bear flag looks like it wants lower price action. You are hitting a big retrace level as of now on the daily chart, so you absolutely need to hold this level if you're bullish on UNH healthcare stocks. But as of now, it's looking a little bit vulnerable. Let's look at what the S&P is doing on the 10-minute basis. So 10-minute basis on the S&P, still just consolidating. You could be putting in an inverted head and shoulders. It's still premature, kind of early to tell, but I'm monitoring that on the 10-minute chart. Bearish that you got to reclose back above the neckline before hitting the full upside profit. I'm still holding short. Semis are trying to push back up again. Tesla's trying to curl. So we've closed quite a few winners already today, and we're still in the money on our SPY short. We're in the money on our Eli Lilly. We're slightly down on our put play on AMD, slightly up on our put play on NVIDIA. Microsoft's still surging here, guys. Microsoft is still surging. So Microsoft is propping this market up single-handedly. Single-handedly, Microsoft is propping this market up. Tesla down 10% still. Trying to get a little bit of a bounce now, which might help the S&P. Small caps are still weak. They got a 10-minute close below the neckline. Guys, I'm just going to move a stop to in the money on LLY. So we are shorting this one, day trade. I'm just going to move my stop to 631.39, 631.39, just in case things firm up here. Microsoft still at the highs of the session, 406.82 and climbing. So again, small caps are reacting worse than the S&P and QQQ stocks to the stronger dollar. So small caps are weakening. So the S&P now is the weakest indice. Still holding my AMD put, NVDA put, SPY short, slightly in the money on our SPY short. Our Eli Lilly short, we're in the money. Let's look at Humana again. I am getting a little alert on Humana, HUM. Probably making a new low of day. It is making a new low of day, so I'm interested in Humana on a long side trigger. Just trying to see if there's a good technical spot to enter here. Let's look at HUM on that chart. So we're kind of doing a pairs trade. If we go long Humana and we have an Eli Lilly short, both healthcare sector stocks. All right, guys, Humana I like on the long side. HUM, if we get a flush below 348, I have isolated down a target. You actually had a pre-market low all the way down to 332 here, I believe. Look at that. That was your pre-market low. So there's always a chance that you can come back down and test that low. Should be some good support at 336 as well. Microsoft's running into some near-term resistance. So keep your eye on Humana. The levels I like it are you're approaching a 618 at 345, but pre-market lows all the way down to 331, which implies that there still could be a move down to pre-market low. I'm going to watch it for any signs of accumulation and divergences, but as of now, still holding no position. We could be forming now a right shoulder on the S&P. A right shoulder formation. This would now start curling down and you could have this little head and shoulders pattern. Your neckline target is basically here. If you break this neckline, and based off of the Russell 2000, re-triggering on a 10-minute basis, the head and shoulders are on the precipice of testing this neckline. It looks very, very likely. It looks very, very likely, guys. So watch for this head and shoulders. I mean, we're getting that right shoulder curling action right now in the S&P. We'll see if we trigger. All right, AMD, NVIDIA, Bitcoin, all selling off harder here. We're still short, guys. We're still short. Would not be surprised if semiconductors try to go negative today. They've had a phenomenal run. You do have AMD earnings on, February 1st, I believe it is? On the 30th, end of the month. So I would naturally expect a little bit of profit taking into those earnings just with the massive run up it has had over a 1500 PE on that stock alone. Way, way more expensive than its counterparties like SMCI and NVIDIA. So I think AMD's just had a massive move too much too soon. Too much too soon. Tesla's still down on the day, not really catching any bids at these lows, considering Tesla's the king of making these huge reversal candles. It's a kind of a bearish signal that Tesla's still going lower. And you seen CMND? Yeah, I've seen CMND there. Liquid Fire. I did go over it initially. It is catching a little bit of bid up on the session. Roughly, what is it? It's up over 38% on the session. So, I mean, it's still got a lot of work to do to try to recover this bearish price action, but it's looking optimistic. Heavy volume on the intraday charts today showing some signs of accumulation. You know, you're getting a little bit of a positive cross on the RSI. I could see gap fill, maybe not today, but certainly this one has a tendency of making huge outsized moves. What I like about this is really it's been holding consistently, this grind up. If you look on the 10-minute chart, it's just been moving up really since the open. 9:30. So that's kind of bullish because it means that it's not just a one quick news-based event pop. This is more of a potential stable accumulation move that could push CMND higher here. But again, one of these trades that I only look at once they get those big pops, because it has a tendency to swing up and down 40-50% pretty much any given day. All right, let's look back at the SPY. SPY still could be forming that right shoulder, so just be careful. Dollar is above 103.50. Tesla's trying to firm up just a tad. Microsoft's now coming in. Bitcoin's weakening here, losing 40,000 on Bitcoin again. It's a little bit of a bearish sign. NVDA, AMD starting to see some more weakness in the semis, guys. I'm still holding my SOXS. Just going to review a couple headlines here, see if there's anything else that we need to be aware of that could be hitting the tape here. So we're actually up on all of our positions at the moment. All of the trades that we're in. To summarize things again, we have an Eli Lilly short. We have a SPY short. Alright guys, so we have Bitcoin still breaking down. You can see the S&P is fighting this neckline. The dollar's at the highs of the session. The dollar continuing to push higher here is likely going to push this market down, guys. We haven't really seen equity markets react to the surging dollar. What is reacting though and seeing more weakness is the IWM small cap. So those puts that we took are almost in the money, down by about 50-60 cents here. Markets still buy the dip coming in, but the fact that you broke out of this inverse, lost it by closing back below this neckline, now you're testing this neckline, does leave vulnerabilities in this market. The positives that mega cap tech is still holding this market buoyant. Google, Microsoft at the highs. You have semiconductors showing some signs of weakness, NVIDIA curling down. And sorry, a question there posed by one of the viewers was... Briston Davidson, which ticker was the cat recommending? Which ticker what the cat recommending? What cat? You know, maybe you're talking about the CMND. I don't know what you're talking. I'm not understanding your question there, Briston. I apologize. But which ticker was the cat recommending? I don't know what the cat was recommending at all. My cat? Are you talking about my cat who likes to trade with me? She's sitting literally right beside me right now, my little kitten. Actually sitting on my laptop. Go figure. I wish I could show a picture right now. But she's looking at oil. My cat is looking at oil. Bullish oil, she says. Oh no, I understand now. I didn't realize you knew about my cat. That was a pretty funny joke. She's literally honestly beside me right now. just looking at things, sitting right on top of my laptop. I'll actually maybe I'll take a picture, post it on my Twitter so that everyone believes me. Gigi. All right, so let's just look at things here. SPY dropping again. SPY dropping, AMD and semis are under pressure. We're in the money. Look at this technical breakdown, guys. Look at this technical breakdown. NVDA put, we took that 620 0DT put. Remember, this is our second time playing it. We have an AMD 179 put. We have a Russell 2000 195 0DTE put. Nareesh, hope you made money on Love. Yeah, I mean, Love, I gave you that basically last night, right, where we said look for continuation kind of, but I don't hold any position in Love. This one's getting absolutely faded here off of that earnings pop. Daily chart of Love, let's see, look, you're basically right back to that consolidation. So bulls could actually temporarily buy this retrace to this breakout trend line, but that's a nasty candle. I mean, big move up. Love was up over on the session from that gap up about 5.5%. I still have an upside target based off of this breakout pattern. Delta was the other one where I said short. I said long Love, short Delta. This one had a pop also coming in a little bit now on the daily chart session. Yeah, the Love trade is done. You're right, Nareesh. I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole right now. But that's a nasty, nasty, nasty candle. You know what I mean? Airlines, you would naturally expect transport stocks, airlines to be under pressure because oil is pushing higher here. All right, I'm going to post a picture there, Briston, on my Twitter of my cat beside me, just so that everyone knows I'm telling the truth here. Trading buddies. Bullish oil. All right, so the S&P breaking down some more. We are absolutely nicely printing on our SPY short. I'm still holding short from that 487.82 area. Russell 2000, guys, those 0DT puts are printing here. Those 0DTEs are printing here. We're almost in the money. So as soon as we get in the money, my plan is to secure half and leave runners. Okay? Tesla's still not catching a bid. Low of day. New low of day on Tesla. Still seeing that Russell fall, guys. Get ready to pull some profits. Every trade that we've taken is in the money deep now. Every single trade. As if Google and Microsoft break down, this market's in trouble because those stocks alone are keeping things buoyant. This S&P is triggering this head and shoulders, could cause a move down to 480, sub 486. You're seeing weakness in Eli Lilly commencing. I am eyeing up a Humana trade. I'm eyeing up Tesla. Tesla's coming up into some near-term support. You can see Humana's hitting this 618 retrace, but the only thing that scares me is that it's much let me just delete that. It's the pre-market low was all the way down to 331, and the market is looking a little bit vulnerable here. Dixie's still at the highs of the session. LOY is still coming down. big push on AMD, so big pump up there on AMD in the semis.
Yes, 5 calls here is good in my opinion.
Go big in DPZ, not too late. Domino's Pizza, eh? Dollar's still at the highs of the session, guys. You want to be careful of that. Yeah, I was looking at these pizza stocks. This is looking bullish. Earnings still has yet to commence. You can see that Domino's has kind of broken out of this. This is a weird one, because you could say it's an inverted head and shoulders, and how you would have to draw it would be this would be your left shoulder. Your neckline would be across there. I still want to wait for maybe a retrace to 402, 400. Maybe I miss it, but that's where I would look for a potential long entry, kind of right back inside of this previous consolidation zone. So if we retrace in this vicinity, the low 400s, I would go long DPZ there. But I do like that one, actually. I'm just going to throw on the RSI. Same thing with Tesla. Tesla is still falling. Are you long at DPZ right now, Nareesh? And welcome back to the stream. Thank you for your dedicated support. Dollar's still at the highs of the session, guys. The dollar is still at the highs of the session. Microsoft, Google finally taking a small breather. Look at this rejection on the SPY. Our Russell put is almost in the money. So guys, we're absolutely printing today. We are printing. Holy damn, man. It's been a good day. Holy shit. It's been a fantastic day for us in this market. I'm still expecting AMD puts to get in the money as well. Still holding this SOXS long. All right, that head and shoulders looks to be hitting here, guys. We'll know with this 1 minute candle. It's looking like a breakdown is occurring. Dollar's still at the highs, guys. Dollar is still at the highs. Tesla at the lows. No bounce yet in Tesla. This is going to dump, guys. Microsoft's now coming in. A little bit more red starting to appear on the screen. How's the stream today, guys? Is it okay? Make sure I have to stay on top of my provider if they're... So Tesla just lost, I believe, its top 10 status after today's decline. It's no longer even a top 10 company in the S&P. That's pretty crazy. All right, guys, TNA, our Russell put just went in the money, guys. Our Russell 2000 put just went in the money. So I'm securing half and I'm leaving half runners. So congrats if you took that 0 DTE play with us. Huge, huge winner. Next stop is gap fill, which is right at 194. So I secured half and I'm leaving runners. Short, LLY, an NVDA put, AMD put, SOXS long. I am interested in potentially moving my stop down on LLY here. Move my stop down to 630.94. Actually, I'm going to move it down some more. I'm going to move it down to this slow pivot, 630.30 on LLY. 630.30 stop on LLY. S&P still fighting this little neckline area. You have the VIX starting to push green. UVXY is green. VIX is green. Again, I'm going to take this time to talk my own book. TradingCapital.ca is my swing trading and day trading service. Feel free to check out my website. We've closed several winners today. Lots of live call outs on the stream. Everybody who's on the stream should be banking tremendously. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. Stream's great. Nice. Good stuff. It's good there. Tom Offland. Tom Off Inland. Tom Off Inland. Cool little handle there. Thank you. Google still outperforming, up tremendously on the session. Let's just go through some of the mega caps now. So in terms of performance and strength, you have NVIDIA up 1.6, Microsoft up 0.9, AMD 1.7, Tesla down 10.8, Google performing exceptionally well, 2.67. It's the leading mega cap. Amazon up 0.38, kind of weak on the back of Tesla. Netflix up 2, Meta up 0.89%, and Apple is up 0.39%. I could see Apple going negative. I could also see AMD going negative today just based off of the technical price action and how overbought it is. Humana at the low of day, Tesla testing the low of day.
AMD's at a pivotal point. We either create an inverse head and shoulders here and rip up, or we're going to drop.
So SPY's trying to push up here.
I got stuff that Roku, $91 call, January 26th. On the bounce. Give it a shot.
Still only two sectors red, healthcare and XOY, discretionary stocks. Weak on the back of Tesla. Look at that cover on the Russell 2000 put there. You know, you got a big bounce off of that 195 level. Huge bounce off 195. All right, so that head and shoulders has not triggered. You've negated it as of now. Still could come down and create another neckline here. So you still could be forming a right shoulder, retrace to the previous neckline there where you broke out. The dollar's taking a small breather.
The last positive gamma level on QQQ is 424. 424.73. Yes, if you flush 27. There's two negative gammas in between there.
Bitcoin's still selling off more now. I'm still holding my SPY short. We're in the money. I'm still holding an AMD put. We're slightly up. I'm still holding an NVDA 620 0DT put. Covered half of our Russell 2000 put option. Still holding an SOXS long. So we're in the money, and an Eli Lilly short with an in the money stop. So we're in the money on all of the trades at the moment. But I'm looking for more downside in this market.
John, I hate when that happens on the phone. So, that happens. I'm still in my spy business right now. The technical analysis has been validated, but I think it still has more to bring gap downside under 195. It still has another 60-cent drop. So, if SPY holds here in phases for the next hour or so during lunch, in my opinion, on the back
Dollar's still at the highs of the session. It is trying to push up. AMD curling down. Bigger drop coming in NVIDIA now too. Our puts, our 0DT puts are printing here on NVIDIA. This is beautiful to see. NVIDIA, a little bit of an intraday 1 minute head and shoulders pattern. Suggests a move back down to 619. We just need 620 to hit for these 0DTs to go in the money. NVIDIA finding some support here of the EMA 113. You still only have two sectors down, healthcare and XLY. Let's take a look at our Lilly, LLY, still coming in a little bit here. Again, in the money stop is in place on LLY. All right, we're trying to move up here on the SPY. We are trying to push back up. Dollar's taking a breather.
Tesla's a 3-day rule. It didn't bounce at all, so you got to. No, yeah, don't touch it unless like 3 days it just going to continue to sell. 180 is my price. 180 is my price in Tesla.
All right, so we're seeing the SPY battling this area right here. One of the reasons the market is pushing up is just simply the inverse correlation to the dollar. Dollar taking a breather, S&P moving up. That correlation is still very, very strong. Now you did get an hourly close, bullish close on the dollar. So just be mindful that that should yield continuation upside in the DXY. And gold is signaling that to us. Still could be forming a right shoulder here on the SPY ETF. I'm still holding NVDA puts, AMD puts, semiconductor short, LLY short, SPY short. A little bit of runners on the Russell after securing already profits.
I started some short positions in my swing account today, very small, trading around. But my bias is short for the first time in a long time. Yeah, that was a big equity buy. I thought yesterday, the one I missed. I kind of wanted to go higher here. I'd like to head up here. I just think we're due for some kind of pullback.
So Apple, Microsoft all curling up, Amazon curling up, Tesla still curling down.
I'm short bias for the first time in like, I don't know, 8 months. On a lot of stuff. It's the overall. And some individual names.
So big bullish reversal on the SPY.
To the letter, to the T, to the period, gamma. That's why I want to do space. Amazon July a day, close it up, IWN, reverse, close it up. You know what I'm doing with VIX? I keep on the short right now. VIX? Yep, dude, I short that thing every 2 weeks. I'm losing 55 grand. You've been doing it for the last 10 years. I'm sorry, I wasn't trading for the last. I've only been trading for 2 years. Those things are built to go to zero. Did you trade when it spiked once to like 70 or 60? I'm sure I did. I can't imagine how much. I can't even imagine how expensive the contracts were. I am all out of my puts there. But at the top of my range, it's projecting it perfectly. But still, regardless, 2 wins, 2 losses. So to be it for me for the day. So. Snowflake Dubai today. If she breaks R1 at 209.59, we're going to see 216 next. Nice. I still stand by my opinion on what I think for SPY later on today. At some point in time today, I think on the back half of the day, SPY is going to break 486.75 and go for the gap fill down closer to 40.
The bullish dollar break on the hourly chart, it should push the indices back lower at some point today. You are just finding resiliency in mega cap tech, but I still see some weakness in this market to come. The dollar has softened over the last 15 minutes, which is why the indices are floating up.
Amazon? Flow plus gamma equals money. Next offer Uber is 66, 15, 6615.
I'm still holding all of my short positions. No longs at the moment in terms of day trades. All shorts at the moment. SPY short, NVDA put, AMD put, Eli Lilly short, SOXS long, and we covered our TNA 0DT put, our Russell 2000 put. Microsoft potentially putting in its first little lower high here. Remember, Microsoft's been strong all morning, putting in new all-time highs. If this one breaks down and gives up its gains, you could see some more weakness creep in to the market. Again, you still could be putting in a rather large head and shoulders pattern here. You are creating that right shoulder formation as we speak. You haven't triggered the neckline, so it's only valid until you breach this little support level. DXY catching a small little bid now. I could still see it coming, retesting the EMA 113.
All right, come on, Mom. Just need to hold Nike. Retesting it. We reclaimed it on that last week in the candle. Yeah, it's an AP long time. Yeah, I even get when we flips. Yeah, not bad, but I ain't concerned with that. Me too. The pre-market high there.
Pre-market high is still seeing rejection here. Pre-market high. It was a big consolidation point here before you broke out. Then you got rejected, and now you're retesting that pre-market high. This is a big level for the indices. Amazon's still at the high, Google at the high, Meta at the high, Microsoft at the high, Apple pushing up, Tesla's now curling.
I also still have the 489s 6 days out, the 490s 12 days out. I still don't think we break out. You don't think we're going to break out? I personally do. Well, if we break 48 and 5,000, not the daily diffuse is not great either.
Yields are still weak. VIX is green. All indices positive. You have the indices trying to push up some more. Gold is breaking down some more. Tesla's finally pushing up off of that 185 level. Kind of a double bottom on Tesla is being observed. All right, Apple's pushing up. New high of day for Apple. So it's going to be tough for the markets to break down when Apple and Microsoft are trending near the highs of this session. Eli Lilly, since the market's pushing up here, I am going to adjust my stop on Eli Lilly. I'm just going to move it down a little bit more now to about 630.09, 630.09. Let's see what else is going on here. UPST to 35. All the fintech UPST payroll tree will go higher. DPZ 420 plus tomorrow. Whoa, those are some big calls there, eh? So DPZ at 420. That implying a move from current levels of roughly about 1.36%. So Naresh has called out a target, guys. DPZ by 420 tomorrow. Smoke and fly. All right, let's see. PayPal, PYPL. Wasn't there supposed to be an announcement from PayPal today? One of the greatest announcements, apparently. Wasn't there something of that magnitude? More bullish. You are getting a retrace, so this is the technical buying range. Earnings report, though, is still coming up. That's concerning. Technicals are shaping up to be a positive, explosive move. You can see an upside target of roughly 77, 78 bucks if this pattern triggers and plays out. Retrace, this is technically, if you haven't bought long PayPal off this inverted head and shoulders, this is technically the retrace. I'm not gambling ahead of earnings. Let's see, TREE. Is this lending tree? Lending tree, eh? Yeah, I mean, this stock could have a massive pop. This is a huge basing formation. Huge basing formation. A little weak on the right shoulder, but it's still technically valid. We'll give it the benefit of the doubt. If this pops, you could see a huge move to the upside, basically taking it back to 62.70 on the charts. Very interesting. Very interesting. Let's take a look at UPST. All right, so semis are starting to weaken here. Big sell-offs on NVIDIA and AMD. I'm not a big fan of Upstart right now. Personally speaking, I would need to see Upstart retrace back down to, say, 24, 25 bucks. If we do a little retrace of this move, you can see we're into that 50% retrace. We bounced hard off of that 618. I would like to see another back test of 618, even maybe the 786 fib level. That might get me intrigued. All right, so SPY is still pushing up here. We'll see if this forms a big right shoulder. It is looking more bullish at the moment. Gold still breaking lower, Apple pushing higher, Meta's curling down.
Not for me to scale quite yet, but I'm up 100 bones. I need to make back like 300 bones.
So we're above pre-market high on the SPY. 427 tomorrow on Domino's? Holy shit, Nareesh. What makes you think that? Do you have some insider information and you're not telling us? Because that would just be mean to hold out. 427 is your target tomorrow? Holy fuck, let's see 427. It's about a 3% upside move from current levels. If that happens tomorrow, I'm joining your Discord. Alright, so we are seeing the S&P trying to push higher here. Basically right back to our short level. I'm still holding though. Notice NVIDIA bouncing off this EMA 113 once, twice, putting in lower highs off of that EMA 113. Again, we break this little wedge pattern. And there could be some significant downside. You even have a neckline of this magnitude. All right, Microsoft is trying to break down here and lose some of the short-term moving averages. You can see it's right on its neckline. SPY bouncing off support. AMD's trying to break out. Guys, I'm going to move my stop down on Eli Lilly. I'm moving my stop down some more. Moving my stop to 629.53. I repeat, 629.53. So we're protecting and banking on this short trade. At least $2. Still a big level for the S&P, finding resistance at pre-market high. All right, guys, I'm taking a QQQ, 427 0 DT put, 427 0 DTE put on the Qs, 427 0 DTE put on the Qs, guys. Let's play ball.
One thing I can tell you is whoever you use, make sure you can see the side of the trade. So above the ask, the bid, and below the bid. You must have those checked off. Otherwise, you're only going to see call bond, put bond, put bond. I don't care to see bond calls, bond puts. I want to see bought and sold. Yeah. Because a lot of people by default don't have those. Like the default is buy put, buy call. That's it. You have to turn that on. As well as on the ask and on the bid. I want to see all four of those. I don't care about the bid. Yeah, I agree. They don't run out of that. And Mike, can I ask you a question? What's minimum size? It depends on the ticker. If it's SPX, I want to see everything a million plus. That'll give me a great foundation, and then I go to 500,000 plus.
All right, so just to summarize things here, indices are at some technical resistance, which is pre-market high, still a rather large right shoulder potential formation occurring. Apple's still strong, NVIDIA's still strong, Google, Amazon still at the highs of the session. Meta's starting to curl down and lose some intraday moving averages.
The rule of thumb is anything above 50. It's not even a rule of thumb. It's just guess at best, right? And that is
I'm still holding my SPY short, still holding a QQQ put, still holding an LLY short with an in-the-money stop, still holding a 179 put on AMD, still holding a 620 put on NVIDIA. Tesla appears to be trying to put in a little inverted head and shoulders on the 2-minute chart. Hasn't triggered the neckline yet, so we'll watch it closely.
I'll look for the last 24 hours. If something catches my attention and how that flow is displayed, or what came through, or something weird like, I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud. Let's pretend that Roku is at $90 and I see $100 put for 15 million, or Roku's at $90 and I see $75 calls for 1.3 million. That will draw my attention. Then what I will do is I will go look at
Qs are trying to push up here along with the S&P. I'm going to lower my stop on Eli Lilly, lowering my stop to 628.93. Lowering my stop on Eli Lilly, 628.93. As this falls, I'm continuing to secure profits with the stop loss. So 628.93.
I don't filter like that at all. I want to see everything. I don't care if it expires 5 years from now. I want to see it. Because it's a big massive indication on the trade and what they're trying to do with that position. Like if someone buys
AMD, Apple, Microsoft still pushing.
someone buys, let's say UX at $45. Someone buys $20, $13 million worth of UX calls. That could be one of two things. They're making a very confident bet, or that's a hedge against their short position. Right?
Again, guys, this really isn't a broad market rally. You still have the small caps under a little bit of pressure across the board. You have healthcare and consumer discretionary week on the session. Just the likes of the strength in Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon are lifting this market higher. Again, it's super rare for the markets to be up this much when Tesla's down 10% on the session. Huge divergence there. Gold is still selling, which is implying that maybe the dollar is going to spike at some point today. Still have Apple at the highs of the session, which is why the markets are being resilient in here. But I've seen this playbook where they keep a couple individual stocks strong throughout most of the day, used as a form of distribution, and then once they start selling the mega caps, that's when everything starts to get hit. It's looking like a lot of distribution in and around this range. When you have a big move up, big move down, big move up, that's a sign of distribution at these levels. And again, Apple at the highs, Microsoft at the Google, Amazon at the highs, so still seeing strength in those names is I firmly believe they're being used as a tool of distribution. I think you are seeing them distribute. One leading semi S&PS has gone negative on the session. Copper's gone negative. Still have the Dow transport stocks green on the session. All right, we're seeing NVDA now curl to the downside. Same thing with Microsoft. Big breakdown in Microsoft. That's not going to bode well for the markets. Apple's still holding firm, which is why the indices have not really moved much. All right, here comes the S&P, guys. The dollar's trying to push back up again. Another round of buyers stepping into the picture. NVIDIA curling down. SPY falling. Have closed many winners today. We are up tremendously. Look at NVIDIA, guys. Breaking the wedge pattern. Or at least testing the wedge pattern break. We already took 0 DTEs down once, and now we're looking to ride it down again. Take a look at GLD. Anyone still holding that short? That was an epic short that we took. We already closed profits, but that one's looking like it wants to go negative. And this is a potential lower high. Now markets are going to test this low to see if we get a lower low. Oil moving up. We're still riding QQQ 427 puts. We're riding NVDA 620 puts. We're riding AMD 179 puts. We're riding an SOXS long. We're riding an Eli Lilly short with an in-the-money stop. That one's about to potentially stop us out. What else do we have on the go? I believe that's all the trades. You have yields actually trying to firm up as well. So simultaneously, yields and the dollar are also trying to push up here, guys. So you can see in the recent sessions, the yields hit a low around 4.12. They're still down in the session, but they are seeing some buyers step into the picture off of that hourly chart support. If yields continue to push up on the long end of the curve, again, you have had a technical breakout on the 10-year. I still have an upside target, so expect more upside momentum in the yield market. VIX has still been moving up as well. You take a look at the UVXY. That had a nice day, or it's up nicely today. VIX is still super oversold. You're getting that positive divergence. This is going to see a pop really soon. Higher highs on the price action, lower lows on the higher highs on the RSI, lower lows on the price action. Remember, the VIX had a bullish reversal yesterday on volume, engulfed the previous candle, and this was on the back of all indices being green. All right, right back up to the high side here. AMD pushing back up. Apple still at the highs. Things are just quiet right now. Love bounce from EMA 20. Let's take a look at Love. What time frame are you looking at there, Safar? What time frame? Yeah, you filled the technical gap and you hit support, so this is still technically a bullish breakout, although you got to be mindful because now you've had a big bearish reversal. Odds are you get a retrace, but we'll see. All right, so you have the S&P and Qs trying to break out there. The QQQ is trying to break out here to the upside. SPY is also trying here. Apple still at the highs, Google at the highs, Amazon at the highs, Tesla near the lows. So this is primarily just a mega cap tech rally. Tech is lifting this market higher. Qs are trying to break out. Just when you think mega cap tech can't get more overbought, it's continuing to get more overbought. Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Meta, these charts have absolutely gone parabolic. Tesla's still curling down. AMD's had a big push. NVIDIA's pushing, so semiconductors across the board are catching a nice bid. Still have the dollar moving up. QQQ is breaking out on the 5-minute chart. You have a breakout on the Q 5-minute chart. Big push in the semis coming into picture.
I was actually corrected. Apparently he didn't say this event would shock the world. Oh, there's an I'm scaling half out of SPY here.
New high on AMD. New high of day on AMD.
I'm really sorry. What's that? AMD, our 185 calls are in the fucking valley. Yeah. I'm also doing $65 PayPal calls. Look at Alex Chris, ACCE's Twitter account. He's the CEO.
So big push in the markets coming into picture. Check iRobot, IRBT. I'll take a look at IRBT. So they got absolutely clobbered on that news from Amazon buyout. Was it blocked or did they not announce it? I think they blocked it or something like that. But anyways, Amazon's no longer buying it. This one, yeah, I mean, you're putting in a potential higher low on the daily. Super, super oversold. Nice potential reversal here on iRobot. If you can get above the EMA 113 on the 10-minute, then it's bullish, but you're still technically in bearish price action mode. All right, so a huge push on the indices there. Huge push on the indices. Apple at the highs, Amazon, Microsoft still at the highs. S&P still putting in lower highs, but the QQQ is the bullish ETF. It looks to be triggering an inverted head and shoulders on the 5 and 10-minute chart. I'm still skeptical because the dollar's strong. You know, it's very interesting to see this market trying to break out here again. Still a lot of components that are weak and not participating, but mega cap tech, the Magnificent Seven, Apple's now had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 10-minute green candles in a row. All right, so this is a big inflection for the SPY ETF here. You are trying to put in and take out this high. You can see that the level of resistance we're hitting now on the SPY is this little trend line. But the Qs are absolutely flying here. QQQ is flying here. Oil's pushing up some more. I'm still holding my SPY short. We haven't taken out the high. We haven't got through that neckline. I'm not seeing full broad market participation. It's just a Magnificent 7 rally. Again, using the liquidity from the Magnificent 7 to push the markets up, sell other things under the hood. And I do think eventually you're going to see the Magnificent 7 sell off today. The market structure is looking that way. I mean, you have the VIX positive, you have the dollar positive, two massive headwinds. Yields are moving up off of the low, and oil is strong. Those are three big catalysts that should hinder this market at some point. It's just things are holding up very, very resilient here at the moment. I'm still holding my NVIDIA 620 0DT puts. I'm still holding my 179 puts on AMD. Big, quite down on the position on AMD. I'm not going to lie. It's a big, big loss, but we're playing with profits. We secured that put earlier in the session, and basically we were playing with profits on the rest of the options plays. NVIDIA, we're still slightly green on the options trade. Eli Lilly, we're up nicely on the short. S&P, we're basically flat. QQQ, we're slightly down on our put play. I still think Qs can hit 427 today. I still think QQQ can hit 427 today. I think this is going to be a failed liquidity breakout grab, and you're seeing it come in pretty hard here. S&P 500 still potential for a head and shoulders pattern. I'm not being shaken out yet. You're seeing now more sell side pressure. Apple's finally taking a little bit of a breather here. So look at the Qs. The Qs are showing great relative strength now. They are the best performing ETF. If you look at the 5-minute chart on the Qs, you did get that technical breakout. You have this inverted head and shoulders, left shoulder, head, right shoulder. You need to stay above this neckline. If this turns into a failed breakout, and at the highs of the session it often can, then you probably could see a move. From a failed breakout pattern, you take the measured move up that it would usually do, which would send us all the way to 432 off of this pattern. If this fails, then you can take the same measured move down and look where it takes us, 424. So watch that closely. Watching it closely. So you have two potential scenarios. One bullish scenario if you hold this neckline, one bearish scenario if you break the neckline on the Qs. And considering the Qs are putting in higher highs, but the S&P is lagging, that's a little bit of a relative divergence, weakness divergence. LLY, a leading stock in the healthcare space, still just selling off beautifully here. Keeps getting rejected off of every pop. Tesla's making new lows. I'm lowering my stop here on LLY to 628.34. We're starting to see some capitulation volume come into Tesla, guys. Look at that 1-minute candle volume. Starting to see it break down here. So I'm looking at a long on Tesla. Keep it up on your screen. We will go long. So still holding all of our short positions. Eli Lilly, put options on NVIDIA, put options on SPY, put options on the Qs, put options on the Russell, shorts on the SPY, put options on AMD. Tesla's making that finally, that bullish divergence. Tesla looks interesting here. Get ready to go long Tesla, guys. Get ready. We're seeing the volume pick up. I'll be right back. Look at the sell side pressure on NVIDIA. These puts are printing again. We moved our LLY stop loss down to 626.46, which it's going to be tagged right now. Our stop loss on Eli Lilly is about to be tagged. It was just tagged there, so we netted $5.31 a share. We are seeing the market break down. I'm eyeing up Tesla for a long. It's below 183. This is the accumulation range on Tesla. I'm eyeing it up. The only problem is that the indices are weak, but watch that 183 to 182 level. That's kind of where I have some viable support on Tesla. We are finding Some heavy volume in that vicinity. The volume is increasing on Tesla. So we took profits on Eli Lilly, massive trade. Still holding puts on AMD, puts on NVIDIA, puts on the Qs, puts on the Russell, short on the SPY ETF. Come on, Tesla. One more little flush on Tesla and we'll be good to go. Our NVIDIA puts are almost in the money, guys. Our NVIDIA puts, basically NVIDIA has triggered a break of this little wedge pattern. You can see there, we just need to get NVIDIA to this 620 level for those 0 DTEs to be in the money. We've already closed this trade twice. Believe it or not, I think NVIDIA could flush. You have a larger term head and shoulders that we could be developing right now. This could be another little neckline zone. And if you trigger this, I mean, you have a much larger head and shoulders on NVIDIA. Take a look at that. This could yield a downside move of roughly 1.4, taking it basically flat to the negative. And that could definitely happen, guys. Things are getting spicy here. Look at the sell side pressure on the indices. Remember, we said we're not going to get shaken out and faked out by this spooky little potential breakout in the Qs, and things are looking very good for us. Very good. So again, we closed Eli Lilly for a huge gain. We're still long the SOXS, AMD 179 puts, NVIDIA 620 0 DT puts, QQQ 427 0 DT puts. Our Russell runners are now printing more again, almost back below 195. We went in the money on our T and on our IWM put option play, and we took half of those. Now we're starting to see some more downside, guys. Huge sell-off occurring in the indices, guys. Get ready to secure those NVIDIA 620 0 DTE puts. Get ready to secure those. Gold just went negative, guys. What does that tell us? It likely means the dollar's going higher. Gold just went negative. NVIDIA is technically at some support here. TNA, Russell's going for a new low of day. Tesla's going for a new low of day. Guys, keep Tesla on watch. We're going to go long Tesla here soon. We're going long Tesla. Still watching Tesla. I like 183 or lower on Tesla, guys. 183 or lower. Look at this breakdown coming, guys. Our NVIDIA puts just went in the money, guys. Our 0 DTE puts just went in the money. I'm covering half. I just covered half there at 620, and I'm leaving some runners. What a trade, guys. What a little trade there. Dollar's still pushing. Tesla's still falling. Microsoft's coming in now. Everything's seeing some sell side pressure. Huge bounce on the indices off that level. All right, guys, I'm going to go long Tesla on one more final little dip, guys. One final little dip. We're going to go long Tesla. We just need one more little dip. Even this area right now is lucrative, intriguing to me. Come on. One more little dip, Tesla. One more little capitulation flush. So we secured profits on NVIDIA, guys. Still holding AMD puts. Still holding QQQ 427 0 DT puts, which are almost in the money. Still holding a SPY short. Still have runners on NVIDIA. Runners on the Russell. New lows on the Russell, guys. New lows on the Russell. What did I tell you about the liquidity grab that was happening right in front of us? All right, guys, get ready on Tesla. Get ready on Tesla. Hopefully we hit 183 or pierce. NVIDIA breaking 620. Those puts are printing. Come on, baby. Come on, Tesla. Breach the 183. Come on, Tesla. Come on. 183, we go long, guys. 183, we go long. Even at this area right now, it's so tempting. You can see I have a daily chart support level that we're tagging right now. This beautiful parallel channel. The market's just weak right now, which is why I haven't entered yet. The market is weak. NVIDIA going lower. Those puts are printing, guys. QQQ puts are almost in the money. Come on, Tesla. One more little flush. Markets are trying to bounce here. Dollar's curling up. Bitcoin's weak. AMD, we're now back in the money on those puts. Come on, one more final flush on Tesla and we will go long. I repeat, one more final flush on Tesla and I'm going long. Come on, Tesla, breach 183. Give me 183. Come on. You're so close. I'm just being a stickler now for a few pennies. We could bounce here. I am being a stickler. Come on, Tesla. They say patience is often rewarded. One more final flush. Come on. One more flush, guys. One more flush on Tesla. NVIDIA is still falling here, guys. Those puts are printing in the money. In the money. QQQ, 30 cents away from hitting 427. Our SPY shorts are nicely in the money as well. SPY is triggering that head and shoulders. Tesla's trying to curl. No, don't curl up. Don't curl up yet. Not yet. Not yet. Oh, Tesla might be ready to go, guys. Tesla might be ready to go off this level. Come on, one more little flush. Come on, one more little flush, Tesla. One more flush. Amazon's pushing. That's going to help Tesla. Bitcoin's selling. Microsoft's still curling down. Google's curling down. All right, guys, Tesla might get that flush. Anything below 183. I like that whole psychological number. I want to see it dip this level. I'm going to go 1/4 position, guys. 1/4 position on Tesla. 1/4 position. Come on, Tesla, give it up already. Oh, we're bouncing the markets just a little bit here. Still almost there, guys. Get ready to. I'm not taking it any. I'm being patient. I'm being patient. We're almost there. We're almost there. I've got that market order. Hey, liquid. I need DWAC. DWAC. Well, I'll take a look at DWAC. I'm just waiting on this Tesla trade here. I don't want to miss it. Oh, they're pumping it right before. Come on, one more. You know you want to go down a little bit more. Markets are trying to firm up here. Semis are catching a small bounce. I'm looking at DWAC. Yeah, there's a potential for a bullish reversal here on DWAC. It's at $35 right now. 5-minute chart could be putting in a little bit of a bottoming formation. Inverse head and shoulders. Guys, Tesla's still waiting at that 183 level. You can see it's just fighting this level right now. I'll call it out as soon as I'm long. Anything below 183 for myself, I'm going to start to accumulate a day trade. And I'll buy in 1/4 increments. So divide the position. I'm going in with basically 100,000. So I'm buying 25,000 lots. Come on, Tesla. It says high risk because the market has triggered a head and shoulders pattern and Tesla's weak. So you have the majority of the market starting to sell. But you could be at a little inflection point where you see liquidity flow out of some of the more overbought mega caps and into Tesla. You know, Tesla's severely under. I still think there's going to be one more little capitulation flush on Tesla, and we will go long. Things are still trying to firm up here. Come on, NVIDIA is still falling below 620, 619. Those 0 DTEs are absolutely printing again. If anyone did not catch these trades with us, you know, definitely check out my tradingcapital.ca Discord. There's 183. It's coming, incoming, guys. Almost there on Tesla. Come on. Come on. Break it. Break that psychological whole number. We're so close. All right, there's 183, guys. Haven't taken it yet. You should see a little flush. All right, I'm long Tesla here. 183.01. 183.01. I got filled at 183.01. I got filled at Tesla. 183.01. It's a starter position. 183.01. Starter position on Tesla. We are long Tesla. All right, we were watching this one for quite a long time. We are long Tesla 183.01. I'll add basically every 50 cents lower here. 182 if need be. And 181.50. Here we go. Let's play ball, guys. Let's play ball. So again, we took half of our profits on our NVDA put. But we are long Tesla. 183.01. 183 was the exact low. Still seeing a weak market here. Still seeing a very, very weak market. But these are the next buy levels on Tesla to accumulate for a technical bounce. The only issue here is that the market is still weak. You know, and the S&P has triggered potentially this head and shoulders pattern. Russell's still at the lows. QQQ had a failed breakout back below that key resistance breakout trend line. You can see you're putting in a little bit of a bearish wedge potential. But this is a failed breakout. And again, definitely check out my tradingcapital.ca Discord, because I've been giving you some bangers here. A lot of different put plays on 20DT, put plays on NVIDIA back to back. Huge winning percentages. AMD initially had a put play, still riding one. Right now we're kind of break even. There's a little bit of a dip on Tesla if you still haven't gotten in. Big wick, that might be the low, guys. That might be the low. Huge volume on that area. We are trying to capitulate here on Tesla. I'm still holding my NVIDIA half put play. I'm still holding my QQQ 427 puts, AMD puts, XOSS long. DWAC, I have no trade on DWAC yet. I'm watching it closely. It's trying to break out from a little bit of a micro flag pattern. Look at the bounce coming on Tesla, guys. Look at this bounce. Where can we get a retrace to? I expect a retrace on Tesla, maybe all the way back up to this pivot, which would be about a 2% rally. Take a look at this, guys. We are starting to firm up. Big bounce on the S&P, curling action in the dollar. All right, guys, I'm covering the rest of my NVIDIA. I'm closing my NVIDIA put. I closed the other half of the NVIDIA put just because I am seeing things firm up. Still holding my QQQ put, Tesla long, SOXS long, and AMD put. And I am going to have to end this stream a little bit early. WDC to 70, Western Digital to 70. Let's see WDC. Yeah, Western Digital a little overbought, trading at an 81.36 RSI. Really no pullback in sight yet on Western Digital. You're seeing Bitcoin break down. Western Digital is into some minor resistance here. You do have some minor resistance. But I see the bigger resistance level on Western Digital all the way up to about 65 bucks. You know, you could push all the way up to 70 bucks. It does have earnings. Obviously, earnings is a gamble. The theme right now is that all these companies, semis and mega caps, large caps, have been doing well. So we're just waiting on Tesla. Let's look at this SPY to see what is happening. I'm still holding my common shares short. So we kind of have a little bit of a pairs trade. You can see that trying to recapture above this little neckline. The dollar has softened quite substantially there. Dollar softened quite substantially there. Let's look at banks, KRE. So you can see KRE is actually down quite substantially. Financials, regional financials hitting resistance and breaking down, potential little lower high. Let's look at JP Morgan here because that often gives us some insights into the overall market. JP Morgan intraday still holding on to positive gains. Did have that big sell-off bounce, kind of a little bit of a little double top. Now you're getting a little bit of a bounce here with the indices. Tesla making a new low of day, so Tesla's still coming down, guys. Tesla's still coming down.
Yeah, GGR goodness. Yeah, year to date. The past 1 year is 43%. This thing is going crazy, which makes sense. You look at the names and the holdings in there. It makes sense, all those growth names. Jeez, yeah, this thing is going. For anybody that doesn't know, we've been doing some work with Kim Nelly. I threw the link up top if you want to check out some of these ETFs. They have a few.
Tesla's still selling here, guys. I just picked up another ad on Tesla at that 182.50 area. 182.50 brings the average to 182.75. We are selling off still pretty hard here on Tesla. Next ad level is going to be at 181.90. And then 181.40. Again, still exceptional weakness. QQQ still coming down. NVIDIA's falling. Microsoft's still falling. Amazon's falling. So many more names under pressure. Still holding our SOXS long. Dollar's falling pretty sharply here, guys. VIX is popping. Tesla's now down in the session 12.26%. And it could fall even more if the market stays weak. So the nice thing is that we're actually hedged with QQQ puts, which are almost going in the money. So these puts, we're still hedged with AMD puts as well, which we're starting to print on now. QQQ puts are almost in the money. So we've taken quite a few winning 0 DTE plays here, guys. So again, if you haven't checked out my Trading Capital Discord, definitely give it a shot. Check out the link here above the website. I run a swing trading and day trading service. Right now we have a long on SOXX. We have runners on TNA 0 DTE puts that went in the money. We took 195 puts. We took 620 0 DTE puts on NVIDIA. We're all the way at 617. We have AMD 179 puts. We have QQQ 427 puts. All right, I just added to Tesla there at 181.90. 181.90 brings my average to 182.38. All right, you can see a bounce coming into the picture here. We're slightly down on the trade. Potential little 10-minute reversal candle on Tesla now. Come on, Tesla, get your big butt up there. Still holding my QQQ puts, my Russell runners, my semiconductor short, or sorry, my SOXS long. All right, Tesla's trying to firm back up now. You can see how much of a technical breakdown Tesla has occurred, piercing this little channel. You might be wanting to come down to this next support zone. There's certainly a potential. We're almost into the 618 fib zone here on Tesla, which is pretty crazy to think.
Yeah, Jordan. Did a GGRW and the holdings we were talking about, but it's a good thing. Like these 10 holdings, it's like 13 or 14. Yeah. And it's still up on the day, so there you go.
So we are riding a long day trade on Tesla now. Our average is sitting at 182.38. 182.38, 3/4 entry. We are trying to get a little bit of a push up as we speak. So Tesla down already, what was it, 13, almost 13% at the lows. We can expect a 1.3% bounce, which should take us back to 184. Should take us back to about 184 on the charts. That's where I could see Tesla bouncing to. QQQ still coming down. SPY still coming down. I'm still holding my common shares short on SPY. We did not get shaken out. Still holding runners on the Q's position. QQQ put us 20 cents away from being in the money. Nice trade on the SPY short still. Holding a little bit of a long on Tesla. Still holding this SOXS long. Anybody trading here beside? Anybody long Tesla with me? Anybody long Tesla trying to bottom pick this? Or am I just crazy? Am I trying to catch a falling knife? We have that PayPal event starting shortly in about 6 minutes. It is outperforming. The market is up almost 1.65%. I never like when it has anticipated news headlines, we're going to shock the world, we're going to shock the world, because that often turns out to be a buy the rumor, sell the news event. And that kind of is concerning. You're sitting on the daily 200 MA on PayPal, which is bullish. If we got a pop all the way up into 68.40, 68.20, I'd look to maybe short it. Tesla coming right back down there. Tesla coming right back down. Huge oversold conditions. Daily RSI, 1723. Hours, 1726. Wow, just keep selling here. Things have a tendency to go farther than our imagination can think. Exceptional oversold conditions. 181.40. I'm going to add to my next position on Tesla. 181.40. I will add to Tesla. And again, even in this range is a decent opportunity for a swing trade. All right, QQQ puts are about to go in the money, guys. QQQ puts are about to go in the money. As soon as those 427s, if we touch 427, I will be exiting. All right, indices are seeing a little bit of a bounce here. Tesla's now down 12.5%. 12.5%. You do have the Qs trying to firm up along with the S&P, retracing back to the neckline. Tesla's still weak. You went long Tesla with me, Trash Man. Brandon Gator, I'm long on Tesla, average down twice, but still confident in my position for the rest of the day. Yeah, I mean, my average is sitting here out of the money slightly, 182.38. I still have another ad level, but since we bounced here, I'm going to lower this just a little bit here to 181. I'm going to go 181.25 on Tesla. And that would probably be my final little entry, which we're almost tagging right now. I'm even comfortable holding this one overnight. on a swing trade basis. You could flush all the way down to 180.50. All right, guys, I just added there at 181.24. I got filled at 181.24. We are still going lower here. 181.24. My average is now sitting at 181.92. No bounce yet for Tesla. No bounce. Again, there's still a chance we can go down to 180.50. 180.50. Just complete liquidation on the Tesla front. I haven't quite decided yet. I may add one more fifth entry, take it up to 125,000 on Tesla. If we get a final capitulation flush to the 180.50 zone, I am seeing the markets continuing to potentially break down here. Still holding QQQ puts, still holding AMD puts, still holding runners on the Russell put, which went in the money. Wow, look at the sell-off in Tesla, guys. Absolutely insane. The amount of price action and market cap is just getting wiped away right in front of us. Everyone is absolutely just exiting stage left on Tesla, exiting stage left on Tesla. Down 13% now on the session. Once that bounce comes in, it's going to be a quick, probably a very, very steep bounce, I would imagine. Let's see how the indices are doing here. Still holding my SPY short. So obviously I don't mind if it goes long. Again, we have triggered that head and shoulders. Still holding those QQQ 427 puts. Still holding runners on the Russell 2000. Those 195.0 DTEs that I called out. We took them all the way up at that 196.50 zone and rode them down. And those are still selling. Tesla's still selling. All right, I'm going to add one more time on Tesla, guys. I'm going to add 180.50. That is my final add level on Tesla. I will not add any more. 180.50. So that now brings the average down. Oops. My bad. I'm messing up my stream here. Oops. So our average on Tesla is now sitting at 181.24. PayPal, you see what I'm saying? PayPal also is doing a buy the rumor, sell the news event. So that PayPal getting absolutely rejected. Look at that. What did I tell you? I never liked this like bullish momentum. Everyone's piling in on the long side. Everyone piling on the long side. I have a buyable level here at support. You know, you'll have a gap fill support here at 59.87. We could potentially go long there. Qs, our put is in the money, guys. Our QQQ put is in the money. I'm going to secure half of it here. 427.0 DT put is in the money. I'm securing half and going to leave some runners just to insulate us from this potential sell-off. So it just covered half at that 426.65. And we are selling off even more now. Semis are breaking down. Our AMD is $1 away from being in the money as well. Still holding our SOXS. Again, I'm leaving runners on QQQs. Still have my full SPY short position and my full SOXS position. I'm going to cover the S&P here. Half of it, 486.26. I just covered half of my S&P short. Took it from 487 down. I still think we could hit this gap fill today. All right, Tesla's still selling off. That long position is going against us right now, but you haven't really had any type of a bounce yet in Tesla. Just a complete capitulation. Whoops. This just shows you, even when things are so oversold, it's getting more oversold. Tesla's still selling off, guys. No real end in sight yet.
Tesla, it's getting to that 125.
So our QQQ position is insulating us. Our SOXS short is insulating us. Our AMD puts are almost in the money. Our NVDA puts went in the money. Qs are still selling. Russell runners. I'm going to take on my Russell runners if we hit the gap fill at 194.31. Here comes the first little bounce in Tesla. First little bounce, still super, super oversold. I mean, you have an RSI. Massive, massive divergence here. Come on, Tesla, get your butt up there. Just a retrace off of this little sell side move here, this little capitulation. Notice how such a steep sell-off. Just a 50% retrace takes us back to about 183.22. That's certainly feasible. And this is just a small move. You know, if I had to do a fib retrace off of the whole gap down move, I mean, we're talking about a huge, huge, huge potential retrace that could come in. Now, I don't think the retrace is going to be big, but even just a minimum retrace on Tesla could push you back up to 186.56. I don't think that's going to happen. I do think that this 183, 184 range is feasible, but it's obviously difficult when the indices are still selling. Take a look at this. SPY still coming down. QQQ still coming down. Russells, our Russell runners, our IWM is printing on those puts, guys. Absolutely stunning. Stunning, guys. PayPal hitting my target, guys. PayPal is hitting a target to go long here. PYPL. PYPL. Buy the rumor, sell the news. Hopefully no one was caught in that little bit of a downdraft. I was warning you that buy the rumor, sell the news. And you can see we're hitting that 59.87, getting a huge wick bounce. Huge wick bounce there on PayPal. All right, guys, I just closed the rest of my IWM puts at 194.58 and my QQQ puts. I closed all of it. Still holding a little bit of S&P short. Still holding a little bit, but I closed my IWM puts. Huge, huge gains on those 0 DTEs. Still holding my SOXS long. This one I do like still for further upside. I think we can actually go for a new high of day. Tesla still off of our level. Let's look at our Tesla long here. But that gap fill on PayPal was sublime. A bounce all the way from sub 60 to 61.40 in a matter of minutes. Wow, that is an epic, epic bounce. Dollar starting to uptick a little bit again, guys. The dollar is starting to uptick some more. Finally getting a little bit of a breakout on the 1-minute RSI on Tesla. So it's been a sublime day. We've taken massive, massive trades today. Massive trades. Anybody not following my Trading Capital Discord, definitely check it out. I was able to give members the pre-market plan as well. All right, Tesla, we're now back to the flat side on the position. That's good to see, guys. We're back to the flat side on the position. Next support on PayPal, all the way down at 58.80. That is the next viable support, 58.80.
That's the 10-minute 200 that it's bouncing off of.
Come on, Tesla. Get your big butt up there. Still holding AMD 179 puts. We're slightly green on that position, but I want them to go in the money. Took profits on Russell 0 DTs, QQQ 0 DTs, SPY shorts, NVDA 0 DTEs. Google's coming in fairly hard now. I am going to call this stream a little early today. Feels like a Friday with the amount of trades that we've done today and the amount of winners that we've closed. So please give this stream a share. I've been absolutely giving you bangers all session long. We haven't taken a losing trade yet. You know, Tesla right now is our loser as we're waiting for this long position to bounce. But we have not taken a losing trade. We took 2-0 DT plays on NVIDIA from that 625, 626 level down to 620. We took gold short. We took, what else? Semiconductor SOXS shorts. We've taken AMD puts. We took SPY puts, SPY shorts, QQQ puts, IWM puts. So massive winners across the board on this live stream, all called out live. Everybody should have been able to take those with us. Even Tesla, you could have accumulated a better average. I have a 4/5 position long on Tesla. 4/5 position long on Tesla.
That's right.
If nothing else, it's a nice spot. Lower high, third lower high, second lower high intraday.
You know, I forgot about that paper. We got the piece tomorrow. We really fucked things up one way or the other.
Really good. So, if nothing else, it's a nice spot.
Could be an excuse. It could be an excuse to take more profits in some of these stocks that are just insane.
That's all this could be, that too, right? Like we could like have a freaking, huge number of a day and just open up to giant crazy, rocket ship.
Still think the markets have more downside. Reason being is you have triggered those head and shoulders on the SPY. So SPY downside still has more room to fall. It is looking like a trend day to the downside, being the fact that you triggered this little break of this neckline. Now, there is a scenario where you can retrace here, but you should have a move down to about 485.60, maybe even gap fill. This market could go negative across the indices. Don't be surprised if they go negative. It's looking like a little bit of a trend day to the downside, in my opinion. Tesla's still coming down. Still holding my AMD puts, still holding my SOXS long. We're up nicely on that SOXS. We're up over 4% on the trade, 18 cents a share. It's 12:42 time frame. Volume should lighten up here. So if we continue to sell in a lighter volume environment, that's super, super bearish for the indices. But I do expect somewhat maybe a little bit of a retrace before the next leg lower. But then again, look what is pushing. The Russell looks like it's going to go negative first. The IWM appears like it wants to go negative. You have Nat Gas getting pummeled down 4.82%. Bitcoin's under 40,000 as we speak. Look at that bullish reversal on the dollar. Oof. Huge, huge, huge signs of strength in the US dollar.
This whole market will be in trouble if that happens. but just accused and despised. It's got they got a little ridiculous the last few days. We'll see. I buy some myself, some I buy some. But this morning was the first day I had a good bias.
All right, so let's look back at our Tesla position, since that is the biggest trade I have on the go right now. I roughly have
Is it a big one?
700 shares long Tesla, slightly down on the position, but we're well insulated with all those other shorts, puts.
5 years. 5 years on that thing. And we got to move up to 5 years.
So again, we've given out countless winners today on the stream. Definitely check out tradingcapital.ca,
Yeah, that was the top of the day yesterday, so totally.
where you'll have access to my live trading alerts. I gave my pre-market plan to my members, and basically we were able to secure a lot of different put plays on AMD, on NVDA, shorts on the semis.
Damn, PayPal's mailing it in.
We secured XOM calls.
Some smart guys selling calls.
Tesla's still coming in. PayPal's still coming in. PayPal's retesting that gap fill zone. I'm still holding those 179 puts on AMD. I still think AMD has to come lower. NVIDIA fulfilled its put play that we took. Still think NVIDIA could retest 613, 612 today. And AMD also potentially putting this double top here. AMD could test its gap fill, but we just need to move down to 179 for those puts to go in the money. Tesla coming. Just no love for Tesla. Is this the end of an era for Elon? Perhaps. Maybe he'll get his voting shares that he's been on the board about. Now you could be putting a little bit of a potential reversal here on Tesla. We need to break this inverse head and shoulders. You could also get one more low, actually. You could make a new low. Based off of this higher low divergence, you could have one more sell side pressure on Tesla to take out this pivot, and then you'd get a higher low divergence. So just be aware we could get one more little flush low on Tesla before it has a true definitive bounce. And here comes the potential low, RSI. Then again, you are forming a potential right shoulder, an inverse head and shoulders, which should take you back up to 182. So we're down about 65 cents on the position. Still holding my AMD puts. PayPal's coming lower, guys. Okay, there's a buyable level on PayPal, guys. There's a buyable level on PayPal. It is lower, but there's a buyable level on PayPal. And again, that turning out to be a buy the rumor, sell the news type of event, just like I discussed. All right, guys, PayPal's coming into target. I'm just keeping an eye on Tesla here. But PayPal is selling on the daily chart hard. I like a long entry trigger here on PayPal. If we get a flush below 59 into the 58.70-ish area, you'll have the 100 daily moving average. Look at this. Look at that huge dump on PayPal. It was a leading stock. Now it's down 5.17%. So clearly it wasn't a conservative traders can buy this, or aggressive traders buy the 100 moving average. Conservatives wait for the trend line test. I'm kind of undecided at this point in time. I'm hoping my Tesla would bounce before this. I'm going to actually wait because the market is weak. I am eyeing up PayPal, but it's still weak. Let me actually just redo this trend line here. So again, look at the level we're retracing to on PayPal. That's a strong technical level. I wanted to hit that daily 100. I want to see it pierce that area. So 58.74 gets me a little intrigued. Tesla's starting to firm up. Semis are starting to come down. So this is the best case scenario is if Tesla firms up for us and semis start to weaken because we're still holding the semi shorts, AMD puts, and the long on Tesla. All right, so I'll keep Tesla on watch since we are in that trade. PayPal still hasn't hit my level. QQQ new low, IWM new low, SPY still holding steady here. 17 RSI, daily RSI on Tesla. This should get a bounce at some point today. It's probably going to be a ferocious one. You are trying to trigger this little inverted head and shoulders. Still watching PayPal on the long side. AMD's curling down. This is good for our put play, guys. This is great for our put play. When you say quarter position, is that 25% of your? No. So I divide basically, like for instance, this Tesla position. I said I'm going to put 100,000 in, divided by 4. So that's 25,000 lots that I buy in. And basically, Tesla actually overshot my technical level, so I added one more 25,000 lots. So I have 125,000, roughly 700 shares long Tesla here. And basically, whenever I say I divide my position by 1/3 or 1/4, I allocate. I choose what I'm willing to risk in the trade, whether it's 50,000, 100,000, some mega cap stocks I put more in. But you typically just want to have a set amount that you're willing to risk. So in this trade, it was 125,000. Divided that in 5 lots. That equates to about 25,000 a lot. And that's how I work my average. That's how I DCA into a day trade position. All right, we're in the money on Tesla now, guys. Now we're in the money. This is starting to firm up. This is beautiful to see. Come on, Tesla. Let's see if we can push up even more. Based off of this breakout target, we have a 182.65. I think we retraced to 183. Here we go, guys. Here we go. We're up nicely. We are up nicely. Come on, push up. Give us a little push. So the Qs are coming down, though, as Tesla's trying to push. AMD's falling. Qs are falling. So this is best case scenario. Here we go, guys. Here we go. We're in the green. We're in the green. Come on. Qs are still falling. Look at this big mighty push on Tesla. When it gets going, it typically gets going. You have this little W pattern off of a higher low scenario. Things are definitely looking a little bit more cleaner. You got 2 10-minute reversal candles on the Tesla chart. Come on. Let's see what we can push. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Push, 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 push. This is the patience of just accumulating. All right, in best case scenario, you still have AMD flushing to that 179 put area, guys. We still have our 0 DTE play on an AMD. That one looks to be flushing, guys. Look at this potential failed breakout. Remember, we have 179 0 DTE puts on AMD. That's looking exceptional right now. Tesla's pushing up as the market is falling. This makes me kind of nervous because you have the S&P and the Q still falling. Tesla's holding though, so that means that if the markets get a bounce, you should see a bigger bounce come into Tesla. They are flushing AMD now. They are flushing NVDA kind of. Microsoft's curling down. Google, Meta all curling down. So remember we said that they're just rallying this market on the back of mega cap tech. It wasn't a true broad market rally. Well, now they're selling mega caps and you're starting to see the weakness creep into the picture. VIX is spiking. Yields are still pushing. Dollar's still at the highs, 103.60. And the dollar hasn't even reclaimed the 104 area. If you're not sure what it means, if the dollar gets a daily close above 104, you better understand what that means for equity markets, emerging markets, because it typically does not mean positive things. And if you're interested to find out what that does mean, definitely check out my tradingcapital.ca Discord, where I go over in full detail with my members each and every night of the resistance support levels, what yield's doing, the dollar markets, what everything across the board is in order to put us on the right side of this market. We were long energy. We're long energy still, taking profits on some calls. Come on, baby. Push up, Tesla. Get us a big push. We're up a little bit here. Markets are still super, super weak here. Super, super weak. We want to see this pivot hold now, this 181.20 area. We need to see it hold. But the indices are just so, so weak. All right, Tesla's bouncing some more.
Since we got that shooting star at 11:45, the 15-minute on 4 revenue. So my stop now is.
Hopefully that helped, Trashman. Did you understand the 1/4 position allocation? Does it make sense to you? Still holding my semiconductor long, or sorry, my SOXS long, which is a short on the semis. We still have all the indices green. Tesla down 12%. I said at the early morning session, it's very odd to see the markets green across the board when you have a mega cap like Tesla down 12%. Come on, Tesla, break this little flag pattern. We are seeing the market trying to firm up here at the lows. SPY could retest the 486.90 area. Don't be surprised if we retest the 486.90 area. All right, Tesla's now pushing up some more. Here we go. Putting in a potential little bull flag pattern. Come on, break that high pivot, Tesla. Break the high pivot. Rejection there, eh? Rejection. SPY QQQ still so weak on this session. Semis are trying to firm up just a little bit here. The leading semiconductor AVGO is looking phenomenally weak. All right, here goes Tesla, guys. We're breaking this little flag pattern. Come on. Bumping up here. SPY is getting a nice big push. Tesla trying to break that flag pattern. Should push higher here, guys. It should push higher. Still super oversold. 1 minute RSI hasn't even reached overbought territory yet. It's been oversold all day long.
I'm starting to take.
It's now almost 1 o'clock time frame. Again, the volume should lighten up here. Volume should lighten up here. Oil still up 1.7%, SMH still up 0.63%, SOXX still up 0.43%. Don't be surprised if semis go red today. They've certainly have gone beyond most people's extension moves, even mine included, which means that once the pullback comes, we should see a very sharp reversal down. At some point, maybe we have to wait for earnings. Maybe it gets one more final push up. Things can obviously still go higher than most people think, but huge bearish divergence on the semiconductors into massive resistance. One of the most overbought sectors, very fundamentally overvalued. Even if you just look at AMD's PE compared to its peers like Micron, NVDA, SMCI, AMD is trading in a way lofty valuation. That is just absolutely insane. All right, Tesla's coming right back down again. Still putting in a potential flag pattern. I still like it. I still think that we could hit this at minimum, this 182.57 target. But the indices are coming back down. Qs are still seeing some weakness. I'm still holding that SOXS long and an AMD put. as well as a Tesla long. So we have 3 other trades right now on the books. SOXS, we're up about 4.5%. Remember, we were up at here. We've been through all of this choppy pullback. We entered at 438 right off of the open. Let's see what the S&P is doing. S&P is trying to get a little bit of a base here. Again, I think you could retrace back to this 46, 47 area. If we retrace into this vicinity, that's another technical short setup. You do have the long end of the yields firming up, closing the distance between the 10s and the 2 spread, the 20 and the 2 spread, and the 30 and the 2 spread. So the 10 and the 2 spread right now is roughly a 17 basis point spread. Still have a downside target on the SPY of 485. So if we get a pop into this area, that'll be the first short zone. And then second short zone is into this resistance, 487.50-ish. Let's see our Tesla position. Still trying to firm up here. Nice little potential 1-minute bull flag pattern. I do like this for a higher move. Let's just do a quick little measured move of this flag. You could see we should have a move all the way up to 182.68 on Tesla. And we are in the money right now, so we haven't really had a pop yet on Tesla. Small minor pop, but once we get a bigger move, it should come here. We should yield a little bit more profit on the long side. But indices are still super, super weak. Nat gas getting pummeled, now down 5% on Nat gas. Wow. And as this is on the back of oil breaking out. All right, guys, here goes Tesla. Let's see if we firm up. Come on, Tesla. Get your big butt up there. Why don't you want to cooperate? Most active stocks, the market movers, you still have United Rentals, American Airlines up 12%, 10%, IBM up 10%. That's pulled in from the highs just a little bit. All right, this should be the break on Tesla. Let's trying to challenge this flag pattern. Come on, just one little pop. Come on. AMD is starting to curl down now, so semis are seeing a little bit of pressure once again. Still think we could see capital rotate out of semis, maybe flow into Tesla, and that's maybe what we're about to see. Companies like AMD, Apple should lose, AMD, NVDA, SMCI, Micron should lose some market cap, which should flow back into Tesla, being the fact that Tesla's now not even in the top 10 companies in the world. Kind of crazy with today's sell-off, that Tesla's no longer top 10. But, things ebb and flow. I'm still looking for our AMD puts to go in the money. We have 179 puts on AMD. You're seeing small caps firm up here, so that's going to help the risk appetite in the market. But semis are right back down. So now semis are seeing sell-side pressure through the likes of AMD, NVIDIA. Tesla, big breakout here. All right, here we go. Let's play ball, guys. Let's play ball. Here we go. They're trying. Big volume coming in. Big breakout on Tesla. Come on. SPY's pushing up. Big push up in SPY. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Tesla's ripping. We're up 70 cents. Come on. Keep going. Get a nice fat candle to the upside. Get a nice fat candle. Come on, baby. Break it. Here we go. It's trying. You can see that we're maybe triggering a new inverted head and shoulders, which suggests that, a potential move of roughly 1.19% can take us all the way up to 183 today. All right, big push, guys. Big push coming into Tesla here. We have 2 targets. We do have 2 targets now. Here we go on Tesla. Come on. Big push on the SPY. Whoa, what a push on the S&P 500. Apple, Microsoft, huge push. Amazon, huge push. Come on, Tesla, get your butt going. You know you want to pop off this flag pattern. Dollar softening, yield softening. So the auction is lowering yields right now, which is why the indices got a big pop. All right, guys, I'm seeing things trying to break down here. I'm just going to put an in-the-money stop on Tesla here at 181.46. In-the-money stop. And I'm going to trail it as we push up here. So 181.46 stop on Tesla is in place. So the trade right now is risk-free. AMD is coming. All right, guys, I'm going to sell half my Tesla position here, 181.97. I'm locking in 71 cents per share. I just sold half, and I'm going to leave that I'm going to leave that in the money stop here at 181.46 because I'm seeing semis continue to break down here. So we took profits on half the position. So that's a nice little win here. Let's look at this MATCH pattern. Match group Tinder. They are seeing potentially a squeeze higher here. If the thing actually shows that. MTCH, sorry. MTCH is the ticker. Look at this match group. Whoa. This is a high short interest name too. High short interest name. So again, just to understand, I did put a protective stop at 181.46. We took half the position off. We put a protective stop in place. Match group is continuing to fly here, guys. Look at this MTCH. Whoa. All right, I'm not going to touch that. That one's had an outsized move. Tesla's starting to come back down. Good thing we took a little bit of profits there. All right, Tesla just hit my stop there, guys. Tesla did just hit my stop. So we exited the next half. We can re-enter again. We could re-enter, so we netted a little bit of a gain on each trade. We sold half here, put an in-the-money stop there. So we are officially out of Tesla. Now, I do like it right back down to our entry. So I'm going to look to potentially accumulate a little bit more on Tesla, guys. But it is getting... We just need semis to now weaken.
MTCH up 150%, 170%. Right, baby.
S&P is still trying to push up here, guys. The S&P is trying to move up. I am interested in buying Tesla again. Let's just remove all of these little previous buy zones.
TSLA, $38 calls in the fucking money up 240%.
But we exited Tesla there, guys. Tesla's moving down as the market's moving up. That's not a healthy sign. We did win on that Tesla trade. 70 cents on the first lot, and then about 16 cents on the second lot. So a few $100s on the trade. We are potentially putting in a little inverted head and shoulders here on Tesla. Indices are moving up pretty sharply here, guys. So what I'm seeing here is Tesla lagging once again. That's never a good sign. All right, SPY is back above that neckline. There's a new short zone right around this 487 area. New short zone. Huge volatility, right? In terms of these indices, huge volatility. You know, the positive is that you did get back above the neckline on this S&P. But again, that's on the back of yield softening and the dollar softening. I'll let you know if I take another entry on Tesla. It needs to go back below our previous entry to start accumulating again. But we did take some profits. Semiconductors are firming up here. It's now 1 o'clock, so I am probably going to call this stream to an end soon since we've actually done superbly well here today. We are just going to call the stream to an end shortly. I'm going to stay with you a little bit longer to see if we can get another entry on Tesla. Since some of you in there, but it's been a superb day for us. Superb. We have closed every single winning trade. The only trade right now that we have going is an AMD 179 put. So we're still riding a 0 DTE 179 put. We took it all the way up here off this bearish consolidation. Sorry, we actually took it here, sat through this pop, went through the drop. I still think 179 is achievable and viable target. So that's the only trade we have left on the books. We have closed every single trade for a winner today. Every single trade. And you don't get to say that often. So again, if you're interested in my swing trading service, take a look at tradingcapital.ca. We run a swing trading and day trading service. I'm seeing Apple break down now. Apple is starting to see some weakness. Potential 1 minute bear flag on Tesla, but it's inside of a little bit of a 5-10 minute bull flag. Again, markets are still weak. Markets are very, very weak, guys. All right, high risk trade here, guys. 195 0 DTE put on Apple. 195 0 DTE put on Apple. 195 0 DTE put. Bearish breakdown on Apple occurring. Apple's into this previous little support now, but a big bearish breakdown on Apple. So we're looking for a move down to 195. Here we go, guys. Look at this move on Apple. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. So we have two trades now on the go. 195 0 DT Apple put. Thanks, Briston. Appreciate the comments there. Beautiful cat. Thanks, man. You saw the cat? It's beautiful.
So it should be like an 11 deal, maybe on the 10 minute. It's the 113. Something like that, yeah. I don't know. Because on the 15, I just use the 9, and that's the same. So, but yeah, I'm sure on the 10 minutes, something around there. It's all roughly around the same area, so you know.
So we're looking for Apple to make a move down to 195 or lower. Potentially have a little bit of a lower high in place here on Apple. You know, the big support lies really at this parallel channel. You have this little channel.
Yesterday's high was 489.79 or 488.79, something around there. And then we got a lower high today.
So you could even flush in. You have this pivot low to this pivot to this pivot here. You have a little bit of a technical gap on Apple that really sits right around this area here. So we could flush all the way down to 194.50 on Apple. Tesla's trying to push up, so anybody that's still long, you still have a lot of hope. It's just you have the semis breaking down, NVDA, Apple breaking down, Microsoft curling over, SPX, QQQ still looking weak.
Yeah, exactly. So it's still quite flippy. Algo triggered short on that last hourly, but
Big wick up on Apple.
yeah, I'm still green on the charts. I just like very cautious. Yeah.
Netflix is trying to curl up. Same thing with AMD. Tesla's curling, guys. Anybody still long Tesla, you are looking good to go for further upside. Big bounce on Apple.
wants to get frisky, eh? This man's crazy.
Ever see a $10 bill?
SMCI is still up a couple percent. AMD is still up. Indices are all still green, but they have pulled in from the highs. And it is looking like there's quite a bit of distribution occurring. You have a 3-minute bear flag on NVDA. Tesla's trying to move back up.
I'm at 486 bucks.
All right, here comes Apple, guys. Markets are looking for another leg lower. So the two trades we have, 179 0 DTE puts on AMD, 195 0 DTE puts on Apple. Got out of our Tesla long for a nice little win. And we still have that SOXS. I repeat, we still have that SOXS as well. We are long the SOXS. That was an earlier entry all the way back here at 438. I still see this could go positive. You're seeing the Qs break down. Apple's 17 cents away from target. Apple's 17 cents away from target. All right, guys, Apple's selling harder here. We're almost 9 cents away from that put. Beautiful put play, guys. Look at Apple. Our put almost went in the money there. I still see a move down into this vicinity, this 194.70, guys. Let's see if we get one more little flush. Come on.
Godspeed, brother.
AMD's curling down. Apple could be seeing a 10-minute 3-bar surge to the low. You've had one big candle down, two big candles. Typically, they come in 3-bar surges. You'll have the EMA 113 as support. We're 5 cents away from that put being in the money, guys. AMD, I'm still waiting on that AMD put. All right, there's Apple. We're in the money on the put. We are in the money on the put. Please secure profits. Please secure profits. Please secure profits. I just secured profits at 194.90. 194.90. Excellent job on that position. If you took that with us, congratulations. I did secure profits on that 195.0 DT put. Wonderful, wonderful job. All right, Tesla's back down to our entry now. So I am eyeing up Tesla again for a little bit of a long scalp here. Apple's still falling, guys. Apple's still falling. Tesla falling. Stocks are looking weaker here at the moment. Could see a nice little rug pull. Still interested in a long on Tesla. It's right back below our entry. We secured our put on Apple. Another winning trade. We've just been producing bangers here, guys. If you can't keep up, that's the way the market moves. It moves up and down like you cannot freaking believe. Bitcoin trying to reattack 40,000 here. All right, guys, I'm starting a long position on Tesla, 181. 181, I just got filled. 181, I just got filled. Starter position on Tesla, 181. 181. This is a 1/4 entry again. 1/4 entry on Tesla. We have a lower average. So that's 25,000 in on Tesla. I will add to Tesla at basically the double bottom. Actually, this pivot looks decent. 180.32, in and around this range here. But we are long Tesla again. Still holding an AMD put. That Apple put printed. If anyone took that with us, congrats. NVIDIA looks to be trying to head lower here, guys. QQQ, new low. Qs look like they want to go negative. Apple almost negative. Apple just flipped negative, guys. Apple just flipped negative. Alert on GTX.
David's trying to get up. David, get up here. There he is.
All right, so we're long Tesla, still holding short on the semis. So we are long Tesla here at 181. This is just a starter position. I'm going to add in around this kind of this double bottom zone. And then once we breach that, if we do breach that, 179.50 and 179. Wow, look at Apple sell, guys. Look at the QQQ is now going negative as well, guys. The Qs are now going negative. This is why we were in put options all day long, guys. This is why we're still holding this SOXS. We're still holding that 179 put on AMD. So semis appear like they want to go negative here. We are potentially seeing maybe a little bit of a market top in. Look at Apple, guys. Holy, what a fall. What a fall. Excellent job if you took that with us, guys. Excellent job. I do expect a market bounce here. Small market bounce. Big bounce on Apple there. NVDA is still making new lows on the session. NVIDIA is making new lows on the session, I repeat. And again, the only reason Tesla's weak is because the market broke down there. Apple got a huge sell side pressure candle. Microsoft still looks like it wants to probably test the... Microsoft looks like it wants to test 404.20, 404.19. This market is kind of weird. It's breaking down in increments. First you had Tesla, then you had Apple, and now you're looking like you're having Microsoft and NVIDIA. Google's still strong, Meta's still strong, Amazon appears to be breaking down. So they're now hitting mega caps one stock at a time, and they're taking the QQQ down here and the SPY. And I repeat, the Qs did go negative. You have Apple now negative on the session. NVIDIA looks to be the next QQQ stock to go negative. Google, Amazon, Meta still holding positive gains. But don't be surprised if we see more of these stocks go negative. All right, Tesla's bouncing here, guys. Tesla is bouncing. Again, please share my stream, guys. Give these videos a like. I am trying to grow. I'm here with you live for free each and every day. This live trading service may not be free in the future. I may have to move to a little bit of a paid live channel, but as of now, it's free. We're trying to grow. The people that help support me early on, early adopters, will likely have some additional benefits, but please share the stream, like it, comments. We need engagement. We have closed every single winning trade today, guys, that I've called out here. Every single winning trade, and we're still riding AMD 179 puts. We're in a Tesla long right now. Those are the two trades. So we have banked today. My trading portfolio is up 8.5% today. 8.5% day in my trading portfolio. Currently speaking, it could go more. I'm looking for a 10% move. If AMD falls to my level, I think we will get that move. SpyQ still weak. VIX is still creeping up. The VIX is up 2.28%. Semiconductors look like they're trying to go red across the board. So if you look at the SOXX, it is trying to flip basically to the negative side. So this could be a nasty signal. This could be a nasty little bearish engulfing candle. Take a look at that. Making a new high. Now you're reversing. Still one of the more overbought sectors, in my opinion, even with this pullback. Now, with this sector, since it was a strong sector, you're likely going to have some continued buy the dip momentum. But I'm looking for a weekly close back inside this long-term channel on the SMH chart. We've tried doing a little bit of a peekaboo breakout above. This beautiful channel goes all the way back to your COVID low, COVID monetary high, trying to break out of that channel. This channel likely keeps you in check. I suspect we get a weekly close inside that channel. All right, back to our Tesla trade, TSLA. Again, we're now 130. I keep saying I'm going to end the stream early, and we just keep taking setups because they are falling into our lap here. Oil is still pumping here. Oil is still pumping, guys. Come on, Tesla. Tesla's trying to still break out. Still super oversold. It's going to require a market ban. NVDA new low. NVIDIA's selling off here, guys. NVIDIA new low. Let's see if our AMD put can get in the money. Again, we've only added once to Tesla. We still have 3 additional entries. I wouldn't mind if it goes lower because now we're accumulating on some 10-minute intraday reversal candles. And we have maneuverability to continue to acquire a position here. Tesla is pushing up. AMD, come on, these 179 puts, please. We've been riding this all day, guys. We've been riding this all day. Nice work today. It's been a fun one. Thanks, Fairtube. Appreciate that, guys. NVIDIA is still selling. New lows on NVIDIA. Microsoft still selling here. Hitting some 10-minute chart support as we speak, but the Qs are still super weak. Come on, AMD. Give us a flusher. So what's interesting is to curl back up here. And with the weakness in semis, really this candle close this today is going to be super telling. We could have a potential turn in the market, a definitive top in the semiconductor space. Now, mind you, there's still earnings ahead. So obviously, if we have a big sell-off, they could pop semis for one last hoorah rally into earnings. But this daily reversal candle should signify a pretty strong potential reversal down. Tesla's still surging here, guys. Tesla's still surging. Again, I still have an upside target of 183.78 today, but again, markets are super weak. I'm going to put an in-the-money stop here right at this low pivot, right at this low impulse green bar reversal pivot. So 181.16 stop on Tesla. Our SOXS position is now up 5.41%. This is almost turning into a swing trade gain. This one's turning into a little bit of a swing trade. And let's see here. The semis, the SOXX did go positive there momentarily. Slightly negative right now, but it did go positive there briefly. You are getting a bounce now in the market. 10-minute chart support. SPY, you can see it got rejected on the 10-minute chart from this head and shoulders pattern. Huge rejection down. The downside target is still 485.63. So right around here. Pre-market lows all the way down here. Actually, you have a gap fill. I'll just mark that gap fill in. AMD right back up, getting a nice bid.
Sometimes she's like on it, and sometimes she's like, what the hell? Basically.
All right, guys, I just added to Tesla here at 181.88. I just added there to Tesla, second entry. It's dollar cost average. It's bringing my average up, but I think we're going to get a little bit of a breakout here on Tesla. I think we are. So my average now sits at 181.45. And I am going to put the stop loss basically here at 181.51. But if this breaks out here, I at least want a little bit more upside in this trade. So hopefully we can get a push up here on Tesla. So I doubled my position. I actually raised my average, which typically isn't something you do, but I am seeing this as a likely potential pattern. We still have an in-the-money stop just in case they decide to get a little nasty on us. But I am seeing the Qs hitting some decent support here. SPY hitting support. And Tesla is trying to push up here. So right now we have an AMD put, slightly up on that, and a Tesla long, half position Tesla long, about 50,000. And Tesla with an in the money stop at 181.51. We already traded this once day on the long side, netted a nice few $100s, and we're seeing this potentially break out here. Come on, Tesla, continue. Again, markets are weak, so it's not a straight guaranteed shot of breaking out. But you're above that 50 level on the intraday RSI. Are they trying to take us back down here? Volume starting to increase, so this breakout is looking more likely. This breakout is looking more likely. You're getting a nice little volume candle here. It is starting to increase. Push it up. Will we get one more little push? All right, here comes the markets. They're still so weak. You have semis curling back down again for some more downside. Tesla's still just fighting this little neckline. SPY, QQQ almost back at the lows. So now you're seeing a relative strength play in Tesla, just intraday relative strength. Still weak on the session. I mean, there's no real strength about being down 12.5%, losing its top 10 spot. Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Meta are all curling down. Tesla's trying to curl up. Oil's at the highs of the session. Oil's going for $77 today. Can you believe that? That's another headwind. You have a strong dollar. You have a positive VIX. You have a positive oil market. Look at this break on Tesla, guys. Nice move. Good add there. Raising stops to 181.81. Raising stops even more. 182.12. Look at this surge, guys. I'm raising my stops to 182.36, guys. 182.36. All right, guys. I'm out of Tesla. It hit the target 182.59. I am out of Tesla 182.59. Hit my first target there. I had that drawn in on the yellow line. That is a beautiful little gain there of roughly $1.11 per share. Huge gain. Beautiful job on Tesla. All right, so the only trade left we have on the books is AMD. AMD coming down. Hopefully these 179 puts can get in the money, and then I think we're what? I'd have to count up my trades today, but I think we're probably 12 for 12 today. 12 for 12. Let's see what we can get. Come on. And again, if this AMD put goes in the money, I will look to exit my trade, or I will look to call this live stream to an end. Take a little bit of break. I'll keep the stream going in case anything crazy happens, like a flash crash. You know, typically crashes don't happen from the highs. So we've taken 12 trades today. We have closed 11 winners. The 12th winner, currently an AMD put. We are in the money on it, but I want to see it go in the money. Sorry, I should say we're up on the trade, but I want to see it go in the money. 179 is very close.
Is Taper speaking? No.
No, I needed this.
Oh, is Sharky there?
Sharky's here.
No. I don't see any reason to buy him here, Sharky.
Again, the SPY has not achieved the downside target quite yet. It's looking likely heading lower here.
No, this is, if you go back into blowback. Right.
Things are still looking heavy on the indices.
But they could really just take it to 17.6 again. I mean, yeah, 17.6.
Apple's still looking heavy. Tesla's coming in again. Don't be surprised if the S&P flushes all the way down to here, 44.40. Guys, take a look at our SOXS long here. That day trade I gave you right at 438 the open. So anybody who tuned in right at the open, congrats, because look at this epic, epic trade here. Huge, huge winner. You know, it's probably prudent to take profits up here so you can do what you want. You can do what you want with the semiconductors. I still see a little bit more downside in this market. So I'm going to try to squeeze the lemon a little bit more. I'm still riding that AMD put, so you obviously know my perspective of semis. And one of the reasons I think there's more downside specifically in the semis is you've had the QQQ go negative. You've had this leading semiconductor AVGO also go negative. AVGO looks like it's heading for this gap here, which implies still quite a move down. You know, roughly that could happen today of another 1% down. Now, if it flushes into this level, that's a buyable level as a day trade. But AVGO, huge, huge leading component for the semis. Take a look at NVDA, guys. New lows on the Qs. Apple negative, Qs negative. Tesla down 12.64. Look at NVIDIA sell here, guys. And we warned you right at that wedged pattern break here. Look at this cool little pattern. We warned you about this first one, triggered. We warned you about the second one, which triggered. And believe it or not, the downside move of this pattern that we discussed on NVIDIA is almost played out. It's actually played out to a T. So this is a potential long. I'm actually probably going to close my AMD puts just for a little bit of a gain. They're not in the money, but I am seeing semis into some support here. So I'm just going to close my AMD put here for a nice little gain. We took that put at 181.84. Nice move down. 179 would have been nice to go in the money, but you know what? We still have that SOXS short, which probably prudent to take profits up here. But let's just see. Let's just let that ride. Those are common shares, so they're not as volatile. We'll just let that ride. QQQ trying to flip back green. I would not be surprised if the S&P flips negative. Bitcoin still trying to sell off here. All right, on that note, I'm going to go silent on the mic. Thank you all for tuning in. I'll be here in case anything drastic changes. If anyone sees anything, definitely put it in the comment box, and we'll be happy to try to trade if there's a sublime setup. But things are looking weak. Dollar looking strong. VIX positive. Just be careful about going long in this market. You know, we've managed to scalp Tesla twice on the long side, but every other position's been short. So that tells you something. It's been a downtrending session. Not your Ryan. Thank you for the comments. Much appreciated. Philippe, thank you. Thank you. Tell you
what I really like is 17,504 down 100 points for me. And cubes, yeah. If we get to 580, I'll call it a trade. I still think we can go lower, though. Oh, it's grub time for me, people. It is grub time. Closing time.
I don't know much about futures or these prop firms or anything. How come they don't let people hold their positions overnight, though? Does that help
The
them?
overnight margin. It's more expensive. Overnight margin.
Yeah, but there are no overnight margins. It's all simulated.
Well, that's what they say.
It's a way that if you leave an order out, they can cancel your account. That's why.
They make money because you lost your account.
Yeah, I've had a couple of accounts where I left an order out, and it's illegal to do after whatever certain amount of time, and then just blow up your account. Because I just forgot I had an order somewhere.
Really?
Yep.
So are you trading on the SIN now?
Oh, I have 2 funded accounts. It's all SIM, Frank.
Yeah,
It's all
but you're
SIM.
trading on a funded account. So
Correct. I have 2 funded accounts. I hook them together. You can take money out on the first through the 5th, and the 10th through the 15th.
I mean, it seems like a casino mentality. They know they're going to take more in from losers than they have to pay out some winners.
83% of people who do this fail. That's the actual stat.
That's what I don't get, though. Well, not that.
$29.
It's all simulated accounts. They're just paying money out of the membership that they get.
That's exactly right. Yes.
Share is at 30.50 now.
And some of them will. I have a couple of them now that are following my trades, and they make money off that shit too. They copy your trades, and they keep all that money. I mean, they're risking if you're wrong, but they watch to see if people, they watch if you're consistent and you're making money all the time. Not all the time. Nobody makes money all the time. But then they copy your trades, and they probably have 100 people they're doing that with.
48 cents price.
And they keep all of that. It's not like they give you all of it.
Yeah.
We're introducing a new GPP 3.5 turbo model. GPP 3.5 turbo dash 01.
That's for 25 calls.
I'm about to be done for the day. I'm putting a 30 stop in the NQs, and then I'm done. Don't take a nap.
I'm so happy I don't have to buy food again. I just have plenty of food at home.
And that's a win for me.
I always love not paying for food, but getting great food.
Bro, that is the most underrated good feeling.
Honestly, I love it. That's why I love coming home to the boat where Mama's cooking, man. I love it.
I just got it.
LA this week, though.
Yeah. Every so often, I'll do an order from Sam's Club. It's an $8 delivery charge,
Oh, yeah.
$1.
Yeah, when I'm in LA, I gotta cook for myself.
What are you cooking for me now? Let's see if I can get another trade.
Oh, Mom wants another, huh?
I'm 0 for 1 on trades, but 1 for 1 on spreads.
Oh, her.
Well, I guess I'm 1 for 2 on trades because I had one QQQ put. But
I'm 2 for 4 on trades, but one of the trades really was solid and turned me green, so I'll take it. Oh, we got that kimchi ready to go? Yeah. It ain't a good morning without some kimchi.
Got to have me some kimchi.
It's so good, but it's so much better if you make it yourself than the store-bought shit. But I get
oh, is Trent talking?
store-bought stuff. Yeah.
Oh shit! Hold on.
He heard me a second ago because we were talking. 25 calls. Come on now.
All right, gents, you all have a great afternoon.
Have a good one, David.
Tomorrow's another day.
Are you
Be
around?
careful with the PC. Well, we got PCE tomorrow morning.
Yep.
Yeah.
I could have things up a bunch. So. Good job by everybody today. Frankie, talk to you tomorrow.
Take care.
You guys too.
Oh, Sharky.
Ooh. What's up? Did you get a bowl cut?
No, of course not. Who would do
You
that?
didn't?
By the way, IWM.
You literally said you were gonna get a bowl cut.
You know, totally kidding. Absolutely kidding. By the way, IWM, I'm going long here.
This is the neckline of a little inverted head and shoulders.
Holy
Trying to
shit.
break through.
IWM just fucking popped like a bitch.
Who calls up 20%, 29.
Bro, when not starts cussing around, it's like the funniest thing to me. I love it. Not you're hilarious. How's the cut, dog? You feeling fresh or what?
Beautiful, beautiful.
Oh, good.
Nice and clean.
Jordy,
Paper.
I'm gonna need you to send me your shirt size and your address.
Bro, you don't have to send me anything.
If you have to come to the team, you will.
All right.
Wait, what about me?
Are you coming over? But first of all, Jordy, I'm gonna send you. Jordy's gonna like this. I got something. I mean,
Here, I'm texting my address in the group chat. What else do you
what
need?
color do you like?
I mean, I know it's like basic, but I wear a lot of black and white, so. And I know your logo is like black and green for the most part, so anything like that.
Here, I just sent you something.
Oh,
Hey guys, anybody that held on to those AMD puts, that 179.0 DTE put just went in the money. I closed it ahead of time. I wanted to just secure it as a win, but that did go in the money. That AMD 179 put that we called out in the morning went in the money. So congrats if you took that. But we are seeing, again, the market's breaking down. QQQ new lows. QQQ and Apple are negative. Expect the SPY to go negative. Expect the Russell to go negative. Dixie's trying to break out higher here. Oil's at the highs of the session. So things are still looking heavy here. Not healthy at all. Not healthy. We're 12 of 12 today. I'm going to just sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the trading session. I'm going to do some swing trading analysis for my members and try to find new trade setups based off of this high pivot reversal in many names. So very, very interesting trading session, but congrats if you were to bank on those trades with us. It was an epic trading session for us in the books.
We go SPY lower low. Do it. Another 15-minute 9 reject off 486.64. Gonzo.
Wow, what a flush in the markets, guys. There may actually be some long trades. I'm looking at Tesla again for a long because it is holding up, making higher lows as the market are making lower lows. So once the market bounces, this one should get a bounce here. We've traded it a couple times. All right, guys, quick trade here. I'm going to go long. Just give me a second while I isolate down this level. All right, I'm going long Tesla here, 180.97, 180.97. This is a 1/4 entry again, 180.97.
I never bet on hedge pressure breaking. That's all I'm going to say. Bye, hello, okay. So work, yo.
But they could flush this market, guys.
What's going on? Oh, you know, we're having a day. Another solid day.
Looks to be they're flushing.
Nice action going around right now. How's your day going?
Good. I am watching this market. Tesla down 13%. How about that, man?
Oh, buddy. I haven't seen really any stock.
I don't want to look at it.
Sell restriction.
What do you mean? Open those eyes wide.
I don't want to
Look into
no,
its soul.
Don't make me look at it. I've already had my moment. Okay, fine. We're doing another moment of silence.
Nice.
That was much needed, yeah.
I see our guy Chris G coming up.
I do just want to let everyone know, including paper, in 10 years, 5 years, when Tesla's 500 to 1,000, I will dance on your grave paper. And we're going to be playing that one for you.
I'm not selling.
All right.
Neither am I.
You know
Don't
what?
forget to swipe right on MTCH and secure your profits. They're up over 330%. How you doing?
Oh, yeah.
SPY is still heading lower here, guys, getting absolutely bludgeoned. The indices are getting bludgeoned. You have Apple breaking down, Microsoft breaking down, Amazon getting wrecked here. So we're starting to accumulate Tesla. Basically, it's just a starter position at 180.97. I'll look to add at a pierce of this level here, and 179.15, 178. But the indices are just getting wrecked. SPY about to flip to the negative side, hitting the 10-minute EMA 113. We've bounced off of that level once. I suspect we will slice through that even again.
First target, good stuff. On the shorts, we are technically still an inside day.
Huge reversal down, guys. This market is selling off atrociously hard. atrociously hard. So it's risky trying to bottom pick Tesla here, but it's holding its low when the markets are selling off here.
Very nice, very nice.
I gotta
James?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to go take care of a few things, but
You are good.
love you guys. Peace out.
Love you,
Sounds
B.
good, man.
Love you guys.
Mikey, let me know if that time works for you in the chat that I sent with Jordan. All right.
AMD is about to go negative. You have NVIDIA, Apple flipped negative. Tesla down 13.1. A lot of weakness creeping into the semiconductors. You still have Amazon, Google positive, Meta positive, Microsoft positive. But Microsoft, AMD look like the next ones to go, guys. They look like the next ones to go. Anybody in the stream still holding this with me? Is it day trade? This SOXS. Holy shit. Holy, look at this go, guys. Look at this go. I'm sorry, I'm just super excited. Wow. Look at that. Anybody still holding that with me? You're a monster. You are a monster.
And these Bitcoin ETFs. We had on our friends from Hashdex. They have a Bitcoin futures ETF, which I believe likely at some point will become a spot Bitcoin ETF. But for right now, it's Bitcoin futures ETF. And something that we're going to talk on, but I wanted to get their updated thoughts on what they think is going on, what they make of the price action that we've seen, the inflows that we've seen. I think there's just a lot of confusion in this area. So that's kind of what we want to address here. So for those who want to check it out, the ticker is DEFI that we're going to be chatting with. And let's go ahead and get into it, Chris. I'll actually kick it over to you first. What's the last couple of weeks been like for you, man?
I mean, hectic, super hectic. Good to be here. Hello, everybody. Ticker DeFi. It's a Bitcoin futures product. 2 weeks ago, Wednesday, we had our listing rules approved to convert the futures product to a spot product. We're just waiting on effectiveness, and looking forward to it hopefully here. But it's already a trading product, so you can get into the product before it's got spot conversion. So. Exciting times. It's been obviously very hectic, and as you've seen with the price action, it's been a hectic few weeks. But we're
so what's interesting here is small caps are actually holding up better than the Qs right now, and the SPY. It's still holding its low, and you have the QQQ and SPY making new lows on the session. So relative strength in small caps, the IWM, if this market's going to get a pop, that's probably the ETF to go along. Now, it's still super, super weak, but it is still holding its low pivot here, despite the Qs and the SPY making lower lows. So that's a little bit of a relative strength. Got in late, stocks up 6%. That's okay, Fairweather. 6% still on a day trade is absolutely fire, man. Fire.
In terms of, certainly there were people that were
Microsoft continuing to get pummeled here.
Trade of the announcement of BlackRock filing for a Bitcoin ETF, which is really when everyone decided that this is something that's going to happen at some point. So I think that's a small piece of it, but obviously the bigger piece of the puzzle here is what's going on with GBTC, and I wouldn't say that there's anything necessarily surprising in terms of the outflows coming from that fund. And just to give some ideas of the numbers here, I think if you look at the total flows over the last, I think it's been traded 9 or 10, maybe 10 days now, the Bitcoin ETFs. You're looking at about 800 or so, in 800 or so million in flows. And so if you look at those outside of GBTC, the actual flows, that number is for the other 9 issuers over 5 billion. So it gives you a sense of the interest in these ETFs. The GBTC question is something that I think people, were anticipating. It's unclear exactly how this was going to play out or how long it will play out for, but there's issues such as the FTX bankruptcy that are playing into this in terms of the outflows. And I think it's kind of reminded us of one of the things that we've pushed for very hard since our founding our company is that if you're investing in this space, we think taking a long-term approach is the most important kind of factor that you can consider when you're doing this. And so I think if you're looking at the excitement and the intensity that had built up around the launch of these ETFs, I think a lot of folks were just kind of expecting that, these are going to launch and there's going to be massive flows, the price is going to take off. And it's obviously, like everything else in life, much more complicated than that. And I think nothing from our perspective has changed in terms of our investment case for Bitcoin. But I think the reality is, with this that this is just going to play out over a longer term than I think everyone, or a lot of people had hoped it would. And we're still very bullish on Bitcoin specifically in 2024. We've got the halving coming up here, probably the end of April. And that's always, if you look back at the previous Bitcoin cycles, that's always a very important inflection point in terms of price. So, I think once we get kind of beyond, we're only not even 2 weeks into this so far. I think we'll learn more as time goes on. But in the short term, I mean, we're looking at this as a very opportunistic opportunity to get exposure to Bitcoin, especially for those folks that are looking to hold it over the long term. And having these ETFs now is obviously just a massive, it opens up a $50 trillion market in the US, and financial advisors are slowly going to be learning more about this asset class. There was a survey just a few weeks ago, maybe about a month ago or so at this point, but it interviewed financial advisors, and this was, I think it was conducted maybe the end of December or so. So at that point, I think the most informed voices, James Seifert, Eric Buckerness, and others from Bloomberg and other places, were saying, there's about a 90% chance of this Bitcoin ETF being approved. And in this survey, less than 40% of the financial advisors believe that a Bitcoin ETF was going to be approved this year. So that just gives you an idea of like the 60+% of financial advisors didn't even think an ETF was going to be approved this year a few weeks before it was approved. So it's just one of these, it's another kind of, that when I saw that survey, it just reminded me that, this is something, it's going to take time for advisors to get comfortable with this asset, but ultimately with the ETFs out there right now, this is just becoming a much more mainstream asset class, and we're really excited about that, to be able to offer these types of products to a broader set of investors, because ultimately, I mean, we think it's really the most exciting thing going on right now in investing.
Yeah, the only thing I'd add to that, which is really quite an interesting dynamic, right, is just the amount of room to run in terms of institutional adoption, right? So a few weeks back, I had a conversation with a very large institutional RIA. They manage some, $50 billion in AUM, and they don't even go through the due diligence on a nascent asset class in an alternative space like this until a product gets effectiveness, right? So the SEC approving these products starts them asking, what is Bitcoin, right? That's a crazy thing to think about because of the amount of money that we've seen go into these Bitcoin ETFs. And so the amount of time that it takes, you won't even see players like that who have billions of dollars potentially to get into Bitcoin until June, July, August of this year. I mean, that's a crazy thing to think about and try to wrap your head around because, again, you've seen a bunch of money. And so that's all I'd add. The only other thing, too, is that I think for the most part, a lot of financial advisors just sort of broadly, they to Jerry's point, this period is their sort of rebalancing, right? And so if you have a conversation with your financial advisor, they're talking about everything they already looked at last year. They're not even really talking about Bitcoin necessarily just yet. So I think a lot of people thought there was going to be a really massive short-term price action. But actually, as a lot of people have sort of commented on, GBTC outflows have meant that there's been some downturn in price action, but actually, if you think about how much money's gone into the ETFs, considering just how much of those inflows has been, actually the downturn could have been significantly worse based on just the amount of money that's actually gone into the Bitcoin ETF. So although there's still plenty of room to run, GBTC's, outflows could have meant a lot worse price action than we've seen. So the Bitcoin ETFs are already having a positive effect, but there's a lot more money that's still.
All right, so Tesla's moving to our entry level here. Tesla is moving to our entry level. Still a smaller position, 1/4 add. Still think this gets a bounce. You can see that the S&P and the Qs made new lows. Tesla did not. So that's a slight sign that we might be seeing the selling abating in this particular name.
First of all, people got to understand that all of the FTX holdings are now gone. So there is no more FTX GBTC being redeemed and sold. A lot of what we're seeing on a daily basis, we're seeing all these inflows from GBTC to Coinbase. There's really no way of knowing if these are going in for OTC or market. But let's assume worst case that they're going to market, which I still don't think so. But let's assume it. If we see, and you could look up the amount of BTC being bought up by these new stock ETFs, it easily balances what's being put on the market by GBTC. And we also have to see that cycles play a big part of this, and everybody's seen previous cycles. So everybody's seen what happened before the Bitcoin halving. We have a dip, we reach a mid cycle top, which in this case was say 48K. There is a good 30% drop from that point, and then into the halving. A week or a month later, that's where the golden bull.
All right, big bounce coming on Tesla, guys. Big bounce coming on Tesla.
These funds have this on their map as well, and they're thinking about this, and they're just trying to hold the market so that it doesn't fall too hard. And you have to also understand, I think everybody should understand that they have a lot to prove, because they fought very hard for these ETFs to be approved, and it would be a very bad look if we were to see BTC dump hard just after retail money got in, and would kind of prove the narrative of the folks up on Capitol Hill that were against this, and obviously the SEC and whatnot. So there's a lot more to play, I think, that people see. I wish I could find a way to figure out how much of the GBTC being sent over to Coinbase is being sold versus OTC. I don't know if anybody here has a way of knowing that. Thank you.
What do you think, Chris? Jared, any thoughts on that?
There is a potential inverse head and shoulders on the Russell 2000 that does signify that maybe the market's going to bounce here, at least small cap stocks included. So the Russell 2000 is carving at a right shoulder here.
I think we have a research graph that tracks the 500 days before the halving, 500 days after. One of the things that you'll notice, even with the price correction, it is directly, and I mean directly, in line with the third halving cycle for Bitcoin at the moment, right? So I think a lot of people have a tendency, because again, you go on X and you see, oh wow, look at the numbers of outflows in GBTC, and it's down 5% today or whatever. It's funny, our CIO Samir Karbaj always goes on TV and says, "Wake me up when it's a 10% price swing," and the reason is, obviously Bitcoin has a ton of volatility. It's a nascent asset class, but more broadly, I think when you look at where we're at versus where we're going, you almost have to take a look at the history of Bitcoin to understand where the future is. And I think that the graph of showing the previous cycles right before the halving is a really unique and important indicator.
DPZ cooking, fellas?
Go
Are you eating pizza over there, Nareesh? Are you eating pizza without us? Come on. You know I like that extra cheese. Look at that nice little reversal. DPC is ripping. Again, I'm joining Nareesh's Discord if it hits 427 tomorrow.
I think it's also important to...
It is ripping, guys. Small caps look better than mega cap tech right now, but Tesla's also ripping here, trying to at least holding some lows.
Potentially as a global payments network. The dominant thesis right now is as a store of value. And so if you think of that, and if investors are looking at this as digital gold, as Larry Fink and others have suggested, there's not going to be the
Tesla can get above this trend line here.
In the past, and I
think that's going to be a potential bullish move back up to 183.75. It's got a long shot.
At the number of
but with small caps firming up, right now, it should start to push up here.
End of last year, 70% of the Bitcoin supply has been held for over a year. So the question I think that should be asked is okay, well, those folks that have believed, that it's worth holding for a year, how long do they plan on holding it? And I think, the longer you're in this market, the more you appreciate this as a kind of long-term play. So I think my guess is that money's going to be kind of, sticky for a while. I don't think people are anxious to sell, especially as they learn more about Bitcoin's potential as a longer-term store of value. And so I just kind of wanted to add that to the previous comments, because I think that's obviously informing or will inform a lot of the trading activity that we see in the near to midterm as well.
Awesome. Evan, curious to get your thoughts on how these last 2 weeks have been going and what you've been watching in this area. Any questions that you have? Yeah, first of all, check your text. But I don't know. As far as my thoughts on the movement over the last little bit, we went from what, 25, 26K all the way up to 45, 50K or whatever it was.
Tesla, yes, so we are long Tesla. It's trying to perk up here, guys. We are long Tesla.
It's gone down since the whole news has come out, but I don't know if I would call this a full-on sell the news event. Now,
market is still weak, though.
People that I do follow are kind of talking about we're getting close to key levels here, so this discussion might change in a little bit if we get closer to that 30K mark. Or
the only thing is Amazon keeps selling here. Amazon's busting through some hourly chart support.
Than where we currently are, but markets don't go up in a straight line, and pullbacks make a lot of sense. So I think I'm still in the wait and see phase for the next, for if this truly was the sell by the rumor sell the events thing happening. So I think just time will tell on that one. I did have a question or two, though, and it kind of...
Still see Tesla moving above 183 today, guys. We are long, we are strong. See if we can make another 13 of 13.
The type of person investing in this might change as a whole.
SPY is getting a little bit of a micro flag breakout. A little bit of a potential breakout on this little micro flag. You have the Russell 2000 also firming up. Take a look at this little inverse head and shoulders on the Russell. Small caps did not take out the low, and it looks to be a left shoulder head, right shoulder. You get a breakout of this pattern, and small caps could rip. You haven't triggered it yet. Looking close.
If you think that's something that would change, be pervasive all throughout.
But the market's still weak, so we have to keep Tesla on a fine leash.
Maturing from a kid to a teenager to a young adult, whatever it is.
Yeah, it did have a double bottom. Higher low double bottom, actually. You got some resistance, this downsloping trend line. You can see you have two little trend lines of support and resistance here that you're bumping into. And you had this original little channel that Tesla, during its initial bottom, was trading in. So if you can get back inside this channel, you could move to the high end of the range. But there's resistance here. It's not an easy feat because the market's still selling. Amazon's weak in the sector. But you do have stocks trying to make a little bit of a bounce here.
Sort of rises and falls in Bitcoin. That's not to suggest it's not going to continue to be a volatile asset, but with this money and rebalancing that institutional investors do, it's just going to, the volatility profile is going to.
Qs are seeing another round of selling here, guys.
Especially getting back to the Bitcoin being an emerging store of value, and I think that.
Hey Anthony, that's probably going to be good. 182.55 second calls. That gives you a little bit of time on the clock. Just know that after earnings, stocks tend to have a higher chance of going down, especially after a big drop like this. They do have a higher chance of going down. And one of the reasons why is there's funds on Wall Street specifically that trade volatility. And when a stock breaks a volatility threshold, like for instance a 13% move down in Tesla, and when Tesla loses its status in the Magnificent Seven, funds have to adjust. Volatility funds have to adjust, and sometimes just because stocks break a volatility range, sometimes funds have to sell, regardless of whether they think it's moving up or moving down in the near term. They have to sell. So it's going to be interesting to see how Tesla shapes out. Remind you, we're so oversold on the daily. You know, when you think about Tesla on the daily chart, it was so oversold leading into this, and with this 13% drawdown, I mean, you know, a friggin' RSI of 17, you should get some little more of a bounce than this, but we'll see. You know, stocks have a tendency of going higher and lower than we expect, but I do not mind those 182.50 Feb sec calls. You can see we rejected off that channel so far.
That money flows down into the higher caps and the caps and the small caps. So if we see Bitcoin just kind of go up steadily or just fluctuate or up and down, not a volatile, I think bonds will be much better, at least the legitimate ones. The other thing that I found interesting,
the dollar's still at the highs, which leaves Tesla vulnerable.
In my opinion, is so the SEC hacked, right? So we saw the SEC account get hacked. We saw it was like almost a preview of what was going to happen. It was a sell the news event.
Tesla coming right back down.
That influenced the actual event where people thought
Kathy Wood going to come out pounding the table again. Yeah, she pounds the table a lot on some of these stocks, and pretty much if you just do inverse Kathy Wood, your portfolio is probably doing extremely well. You know, in a bull market where there's excess liquidity, low rates, follow Kathy. She does great research, great speculative investments in the tech space, but when we're in a tightening phase, Kathy's definitely a kind of a clown, a little bit of a clown show. You know, she's sold Bitcoin, she's sold Tesla. I don't even know what she's in anymore. I haven't followed her.
If you want to get into charting and technical analysis, there are several, I think, key levels that at least I'm keeping eyes on. There's 37.5 day level, a very important level. And then we can, do a big jump to the 32K. I think
so indices are seeing another sell side pressure candle. SPY still trying to push up. Tesla's coming basically right back to under entry. You can see the trend line that we're rejecting at.
I don't think it's going to happen, but if it does, I think we will see a V recovery of V recoveries. It's all going to get bought.
Potentially a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders on Tesla's 2-minute chart. You have your left shoulder here. You have your head, and now you're carving out a right shoulder. So this one could make a nice move into the end of the day, specifically if we break this little neckline here. And this is all intraday action, guys. You know, roughly that could result in a move up to that 183, and that's your high end of the channel if we trigger this little neckline break.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? Because retail has been investing in crypto and Bitcoin kind of regardless of what the SEC has said. and
Come on, Tesla, firm up. Firm up for us.
Folks who own it on whatever exchanges, which is why I think you saw so much sort of vitriol from people that own cryptocurrencies with fraud. What I would say, though, is that like 80% in some estimates of the entire investment.
What is the volume today, Anthony? I can check on my daily chart too. I'll check.
Their clients about crypto would not consider Bitcoin.
159 million shares. It's pretty heavy. It's above average. You know, there's still an hour and a half left, so that volume should pick up. It's probably going to be over close to 200 million by the end of the day. Remember, you get the heaviest volume candles at the end of the session, but 200 million volume probably will be reached on Tesla today. That's pretty heavy. Right now it's trading at around 160, 159 million.
Once you have Bitcoin adoption, you start to see a theory of a number of these other.
Tesla's trying to diverge from the S&P and the Qs. It is diverging a little bit, trying to push up some more.
The ETF structure, reduces your risk of an exchange hack, for example. It's a lot more secure. It's obviously very attainable in a number of brokerage accounts. So for those reasons alone, you're going to have a significantly different investor profile.
Yeah, I did try to break the neckline a moment ago. Second attempt. Usually, when you get a little bit of a reversal candle like that and you're right back up, it usually means you are going to break it. And again, relative strength in Tesla at this point intraday, because you had the S&P and the Qs make new lows by drastic margins, but Tesla managed to hold its little double bottom here. So I like setups like that. It shows that Tesla is bottoming out, that sellers are starting to wane a little bit, at least for today, and buyers are coming into the picture. And remember, after the first initial sell-off, there's always more buyers this day because there's so many day traders like myself in Tesla. I'm not holding this position overnight. I'm going to cut it, win, lose, or draw. But that's what happens with investors is there's so many traders like us waiting on the sidelines. And many people, there are some long-term investors that are probably just buying here for the long term. I believe it or not, I still think it breaks this low. I do not think this is the low in Tesla. I'll discuss it more with my members later, but I do not think this is the low in Tesla. I think it's a good spot for, maybe a weak bounce. Certainly good enough area for us to trade long. All right, Tesla's trying to break out here. Tesla has a 168 range. That's where you think it's going, Anthony? 168. It's a good target. Close to mine. I'm not going to tell my target on the live stream here. I'm going to save it for members. But I've done some some standard deviation calculations, and it's lower. It's lower. The weekly close will tell me more. So as of tomorrow, I'll be able to refine my calculation because we'll get that weekly candle formation. All right, so Tesla is trying to break out of this little inverse. You are trying to trigger it. Seeing some sellers right now. Rejection at the neckline yet again. Well, we have a third attempt. Hey, Anthony, are you a member? Are you a member with my service yet? I'm not too sure. Sorry, there's like different handles on here. There's different handles when people signed up, so it's hard to keep track of everyone. But your 168 target is very close. Oh, sir. That's all right, man. Keep tuning in the live stream. There's a lot of alpha here. But happy to have you on board. How long have you been trading for, Anthony?
Kind of just waiting to see what happens here, just more on the technical side of things. But other than that, I mean, these ETFs are super cool. I'm interested to see how they continue. Basically, just keeping an eye on them. But that's about it. I'm just watching those two levels. We'll see if we can hold this 37K.
Since 1994, Adam, man, got some good experience there. Well done, well done. This is your first time here on the live stream? Well, happy to have you. You saw an epic day. I mean, we closed 12 for 12 winners. This is our 13th trade, which are in the money. And I mean, just to make sure we don't lose our 12 for 12 perfect record, I'm going to put an in the money stop here at 181.07. So we're going to lock in 10 cents regardless of the trade outcome. Just don't want to lose that. I am seeing the S&P potentially trying to break down here. Apple curling down. Microsoft calling down. I called you a dinosaur. Yeah, I mean, hey, I'm a dinosaur too, but I'm a younger dinosaur. That's a compliment. I love dinosaurs. They were once the kings of the planet, rulers of this planet. But yeah, that was just a little joke. Experience in this game is super, super important. I remember my first years in the market, I got my ass absolutely handed to me. Handed to me. And there's nothing like learning by losing capital. It's just absolutely insane. And I mean, there's still trades that I've taken. I remember one of my trades, my worst trades, was the ticker GOTU is a China education company. Oh yeah, I do remember Silver and TLT. Yes, I do remember you. Yeah, you've had some pretty good call-outs too. There's some good people in the audience on the stream between yourself, Nareesh, the call-outs, Liquid Fire, Trashman. Some good people on the stream here. And that's the important thing. We're all just trying to make money, trying to beat the Wall Street hedge funds. All right, here's the EMA 113. We've been rejected here. Let's see if we can get above it. RSI right now is above that 50 zone, so it does suggest we could push higher. But it comes down to the Qs and the overall market. We are seeing some weakness right now. All right, guys. I'm seeing the S&P potentially trying to curl over to the downside here. I'm going to move my stop up on Tesla to that low pivot, 181.45. We are looking strong to move through. It is moving through here. I'm going to move my stop up some more, 181.59. Just keeping track.
Goes way down. We're never going to have a situation like with GBTC where the discount is 40%. And so I think at least as far as I understand it, that I haven't seen that kind of expressed as a
Tesla is getting that breakout, guys. Tesla is getting that breakout. Resistance right now is here. We are starting to see
that sort of thing. But yeah, I don't know. Chris may have additional thoughts, but that's and Pilo, go ahead. Yep.
No, I mean, the reason behind the question is, I mean, I could see why, and I understood why it would happen with GBTC. But I actually recently saw a chart of late where actually the grayscale ETF was at a discount, a small discount, not a big discount, nothing like the GBTC one when it was the futures ETF. I just wondered, like, why would it be at a discount if it tracks the price of Bitcoin? It's just something I can't seem to wrap.
Just be careful at this resistance point, guys, with Tesla. Just be careful. I am seeing the S&P into some resistance as well.
Regarding a discount there. So you don't see it with any of the brand new products under a 33 Act wrapper. So, for example, like ours, it's going to be a strategy change from holding futures to spot. You won't see any discount on the product because of just the fact that it's an existing 33 Act ETF. But because they're uplifted,
the Russell 2000 is absolutely getting a huge technical breakout that I warned you of. I said the Russell small cap is looking the most bullish, and take a look at this Russell breakout that is occurring here. A clean trigger of that head and shoulders. Boom. Now you will have some resistance in this vicinity, this 196 vicinity, but target could be 196.44 today.
Small discount to net asset value, and I think it was Bartrand that put out the chart. I mean, they're reputable. Yeah, like you're saying, I just don't see why it would happen.
Yeah, it also might be something to do with the way that the circulated supply from Coinbase works. I just have to I would have to double check on that, with our ops team. But as I understand it, they shouldn't be operating with a discount in the situation with that. So.
I do recall you saying that, and we actually hit that perfectly on SPX, right? I think we pierced it. Did you start building your shorts in there, Anthony?
With the ticker itself, with where it currently stands, what it is a Bitcoin futures product, what the future is for it.
Yeah, so it's a Bitcoin futures product currently. 2 Wednesdays ago, our listing rules were approved with the other issuers. Because we were already a trading product, as I mentioned, we're changing the strategy from futures to holding spot, but obviously it's already trading. So the process by which we convert that product from futures to spot is a little different than some of the other sort of brand new to the market. So we're hoping to get effectiveness here soon, and you'll be able to get access to the DeFi, to the spot product here shortly. So looking forward to the conversion, but if you have any interest about it, feel free to take a look at the ticker DeFi, and we're excited about where it's going to go, and keep an eye on us for some more updates, and we'll have some more compelling information and news pretty soon.
Sure. Evan, is there your hand up?
Yeah, I'd love to ask Chris or Jerry a question.
All right, guys, my stop on Tesla is about to be hit.
I've been in the space for a while, so I have a decent idea, but I know a lot of new people will be coming in with the ETFs. I would love to hear kind of...
Yeah, what are you talking about, 420? 420 on what ticker? Is that your DPZ? 420 on Domino's?
Why is that the case? Is there...
Definitely, 420 on the Qs? On the Qs?
What do you think are the chances that maybe...
Or 420 on Domino's? I'm thinking Domino's, because he's been trading Domino. Alright guys, so SPY is starting to break down a little bit. Watch out for Tesla. Tighten up those stops if you have not done so yet. But SPY appears to be in a little bit more of a sell side pressure. So I've personally raised my stops on Tesla. Basically my stop, I'm going to raise my stop on Tesla to 180, 160. 180, 160 guys, 180, 160. My stop on Tesla was raised.
Its disinflation characteristics, right? So the kind of rate that the supply diminishes over time, and then the fact that its monetary policy is kind of set in stone and that it's not changing over time. On that second point, disinflation, this is where we're talking about, this is where the halving falls in. So essentially, roughly every 4 years, I think it's every 210,000 blocks or so, the supply schedule actually reduces, right? So it's you're cutting in half the number of newly issued Bitcoin. And this is always, in previous cycles, this has always served as a kind of reminder to people that maybe...
Oil. Take a look at oil's chart, guys. This is going to be a freaking crusher for this market, guys. Look at oil go. Wow. Look at that epic run on oil. Now above 77 a barrel, blasting through the EMA 113. You better watch out, inflation. You better watch out. All right, so oil is now into some resistance. You can see you're retracing back to this COVID trend line. If you take a trend line all the way from your COVID low in 2020, that's the key trend line we're hitting. But oil's on a power tear. It has triggered this inverse head and shoulders. I have an upside target of 84 bucks on oil. Could I see it consolidate here? I could. Oil bullish for Tesla? It's tough because typically when oil's raging, you have to think about it from a company standpoint. Tesla still has so many input costs regarding commodities, and commodities, if they have a higher oil price, for example, miners, transports, it affects everyone. A higher oil price, it affects the consumer price drastically. Take a look at Apple, what just happened there on the 10-minute chart. Massive candle down on Apple. Apple's just being ripped up and spit out and shredded here.
Second and third halving cycles, really you saw the halving occur. Prices were relatively flat, all things considered, and then they hit new all-time highs. 200.
Apple's not looking good, guys. Stair step down, bear flag break. Another bear flag. Wow, we're just bear flags on bear flags on bear flags here on Apple. Holy cannelloni. Watch out, guys. Watch out.
The Bitcoin ETF flows and, look at Bitcoin's down, and, it's been 2 weeks since those ETFs have been launched, and they act like it's been 10 years and they've been failures, right? So I think the hype around what's going on at the moment, it's always good to take a step back and look at what's been going on in previous halving cycles and to understand, like, the halving is going to occur. It's good for people that are holding before the halving occurs, but you're not going to see just this immediate 90 days.
You own Netflix at 32 before any splits. Did you get shaken out on that huge, massive drop? When was that, in like 2022, 2021 or something like that?
Development of the ecosystem and things like that. But when you actually look at the technical price analysis of previous cycles, you don't see significant price increases until significantly later in this, like I said, 500 days before, 500 days after, about half of that 150 days after the halving occurs is really a significant price appreciation. So
let's take a peek at Tesla here, guys.
People are going to grade whether there's success or failure in this next halving cycle probably in 2 days after it occurs, right? And I think that's just too short-sighted. And as Jerry alluded to earlier, I think.
Oh, it's weird. I didn't even see Tesla wick down there.
Specifically in this asset class.
Still holding. I am going to raise my stop on Tesla. It didn't even trigger. That's really weird. It definitely pierced it here on the screen, but it did not hit my stop. Maybe it was just too fast to execute. Let's look at this 30-second chart. Yeah, it wicked down there so fast that my broker didn't even fill it. So I still have my stop in place. I am going to raise it here because I am seeing the markets potentially consolidating bearishly. 181.70 stop now in Tesla. That's a hard stop. You can see this is the neckline and attempting a breakout here. SPY's still weak. Apple's still weak. We'll see if we can break out here. All right, I'm going to go silent on the mic for a little bit momentarily here, and if anything changes, I'll hop right back on. All I've ever done after my Series 7, I interned with Smith Barney when we had phones with cords and made like cold calls like Wall Street. Really? Interned with Smith Barney. Wow. So you got some good experience there.
Bitcoin's been around for 15 years now, which, is obviously it's got a solid track record.
So financial. So you have a whole host of experience in the financial services sector.
People that actually understand what it is,
Morgan Stanley, Smith Barney, assets under management as of 2014, 2.05 trillion. Huge company. Big LLC. Very cool. All right, guys, Tesla hit my stop there. Tesla hit my stop, so I got wicked out. Just be careful that this S&P could be trying to put in a little bit of a bear flag. I am seeing lower price action on Apple, Microsoft. Tesla's still trying to firm up, but Apple's looking weak. Small caps have retraced. Potential inverse head and shoulders here on SPY with this left shoulder, head, right shoulder, but they've been failing all day. All right, guys, I'm going to go silent on the mic, and if anything changes, I'll be right back.
What are the opportunities and what are the
Yep, you have been around for many moons, and you find these lives interesting. Well, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate, I'm just trying to share my education here, show my expertise, putting my capital at risk, and this is my full-time job. So, I'm just trying to gain content, and eventually my lives will probably switch to a paid service. As of now, they've been free. I've actually been doing lives for roughly 2 years now, just trying to gain momentum. This is a hard business to crack. You're someone's hero 1 second, and then you're someone's zero the next second. So it's not all sunshine and rainbows. 13 for 13 actually today. We should change that, 13 for 13. But it's not always a perfect day. There's plenty of days where I lose. There's plenty of days where I lose on swing trades. It's just been a beautiful trading session here to watch. But the reason I try to do this Discord service is I want to be able to make money from a Wi-Fi connection anywhere in the world. You went off on your own back in 2004, Anthony. That's amazing. Yeah, I find a lot of people in the investing trading business have that entrepreneurial background. It's a rare breed, but if you know you're an entrepreneur and you can harness it, then all the power to you. Because it's tough, waking up for a 9 to 5. I've been there. I've done that, but I prefer to be my own boss. And at the end of the day, if you can create time and a lifestyle that gives you the ability to work from anywhere in the world, that's kind of my goal. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Just keep your eye on Apple. It is breaking lower here. It is breaking lower. You do have NVDA insulating things with the semiconductors showing strength, but Apple's selling off. So Apple's still the largest company. Biggest error of your life. Bitcoin? Big Bitcoin's the biggest error of your life? Why is that? That's crazy. Did you buy at the highs? I hope you didn't. I know, honestly, I was salivating. I couldn't buy it at 700. I was not in the game that early for the crypto space. But the lowest I saw was when that COVID crash happened and it hit around like those low 33,000s, like 3,500. I was so tempted to buy, but 700, holy fuck, Anthony. If you bought Bitcoin at 700, I would have expected you to buy me and Nareesh some pizza. Wasn't tangible? Yeah, I know, man. Hindsight's always 20/20. I remember my friend, I was playing basketball with him, and he was in university at the time, and I remember him saying, I'm going long BTC with like 100K, and at the time you could get like 100x leverage on these crypto platforms. So he's like, I'm just going long 100K, 100x. I'm like, you're insane. And now he's just laughing to the bank. That was just before that COVID run. Briston David, you were gifted one Bitcoin at 500. That's a beautiful gift. The gift that just keeps on giving, right? All right, guys, I'm gonna be right back. You don't need pizza. I want some pizza. I want some Domino's. What do you want then, Nareesh? You want a burger instead? Long Mickey D's? Or you want a steak? Nice filet mignon? Or some caviar? Grilling burgers tonight. Yum, yum. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Yeah, Nareesh, UPS does look clean here. You've got an inverse head and shoulder forming on the hourly. You've got an on the 10-minute chart. You've got an inverse head and shoulders forming on the hourly chart. And you actually look at the daily chart, and you could actually say you have one forming as well. Nice little cup and handle. And what's interesting about UPS, this one was on my watch. The only thing is that if oil starts to uptick some more, this could impact UPS's input costs. But you're getting a nice weekly bull flag consolidation right on your previous breakdown point. So this actually triggered a head and shoulders on the weekly quite a while ago. You got that big breakdown. Now you've done a V-shaped recovery. As long as you hold above this neckline, you can move higher here. But use that neckline on a weekly close as your stop. That's just my opinion. But yeah, 172, if these patterns break out, it's certainly looking optimal to trend higher here. So hopefully that helps. But whenever you start getting, the same bullish reversal pattern, inverse head and shoulders on multiple time frames, you have it on the 10, you have it on the hour, the 4 hour, the daily, the odds are it will move up. But oil, transports aren't my favorite because I'm seeing oil continuing to rocket here. So that should hit the transport sector hard here. All right, let's just move back to the SPY here. See if there's anything else that's transpiring.
It's interesting if you go and look back. 2022 was obviously
Again, SPY could be breaking out here of this little inverse. You do have a nice potential pattern to trade against.
And I think if you look back at our
That's kind of your little neckline area. If you break through that, there's a pretty big, decent upside move. All right, guys, I will be right back. Chuck Schaefer is a good friend of yours, Narish. No wonder. I knew you had some insider tips there. Don't worry, your secret's safe with me. Please keep sharing. But insider CFO, good friend of yours. You know what? I like that. Thank you very much there. So upside target, everyone. Narish has a 175 plus target for UPS in roughly 2 months. Do your own due diligence. Narish is not giving out financial advice, but damn, Narish has been accurate on some calls as of late. So definitely look into that ticker. I'll do some more analysis myself in the after hours. But look at this potential reversal on the SPY. We are trying to break up here. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Thanks for joining there, Philip. I'm just going to send you your welcome email.
Thought leadership that goes back a long ways to Jerry's point. And so feel free if you have any interest in our thought leadership opinions on price action, on what's going on in the ecosystem, that sort of thing. Take a look at our website and obviously reach out to Jerry or myself if you have any questions.
Perfect, Jerry. Yeah, just echo what Chris said, and just thank you guys for hosting this, and everyone that joined. Really appreciate. Hopefully, you can tell that we love talking about this stuff, and really appreciate the fact that people are taking the time to learn about Bitcoin. Perfect. Evan, you got any other comments on this one?
Not too much more to add. Just, I really do appreciate Jerry and Chris for coming up here and sharing so much knowledge. Shout out to that ticker, DEFI, DeFi. We're talking about it a bunch going forward. I think this is really just the start for all these ETFs, and I'm hoping that we get some good news on it moving over. But I'm looking forward to that one. We'll see if this. I'm less so of a huge crypto person and more of just I like Bitcoin and Ethereum and think they're the future. So I may be a little bit more on the other side. I don't know if I would say that I think that the halving it will be bad, but I'm less in the camp of this is going to be the greatest thing ever. So I'm excited to watch it fold out, be proved wrong, and make money by getting proved wrong. So we'll see. Looking forward to it. It's going to be a great year. Like I said, shout out to Hashtags and the team, and I love being able to talk with a bunch of experts, not just people who are coming into the space new and trying to grab some money. They're really the experts in the space. They've been following you for years, and they're going to continue following you for years. So appreciate working with them. Great team, and shout out DeFi. DEFI.
Sweet. All right, I think you covered it really well. A lot of great stuff here. A lot of great commentary. Hope everyone took away some real insights on the world of Bitcoin, ETFs, everything along those lines. We'll be doing more stuff with Hashtags, so keep your eyes out, like you said, on DEFI, traded on all platforms. And with that being said, Jordan, I'll turn it over to you to close this out, and for everyone else, we'll have a power hour starting in 4 minutes.
Sounds good. Yeah, everybody should definitely go and join Wolf's Power Hour space because I'm going to be wrapping it up here But great conversation, guys. I appreciate the whole panel coming on. Shout out hashtags. Shout out DeFi. I've been watching it since everything got approved. So really excited to see where these go. And loving the new opportunities in the market, right? So great combo, guys. And we'll see everybody back here bright and early in the morning for FAFO Friday. So enjoy your night, guys. We'll see you later. From the video last night, guys.
Nice job there, Anthony, out of Tesla. Hey, Graham, Philip Harfsky, Philippe. I'm just going to call you Philippe. Let's take a look at iRobot. I honestly haven't looked at the fundamentals. Maybe I'll do some analysis after on the weekend with this ticker. But, the problem with fundamentals is sometimes stocks, even like for instance Alibaba. Alibaba's been such a cheap company for how long now compared to even some of the peers. The revenue that it's doing, but just because of the geopolitical risk, it's just been getting bludgeoned. But iRobot, a clear technical downtrend. Putting in a divergence on the weekly. So you have your higher RSI, a lower high in the price action. I really don't see any. You're below your IPO. Well, let's actually see. You're coming up into this pivot low, which is all the way from 2012. So let's just mark that on there. That's why you've actually bounced. Nice job on your Tesla win there, Anthony. Excellent job.
That was the short. If you're going to short, I'm right here. I'm not gonna though. Looks pretty good. Michael headline: The Earth of driving unit discloses inquiries by the DOJ.
See, we've even broken this trend line. So you had your initial bounce, which was a pretty big bounce off of that support level. 20% bounce. This should take out the low, Philip. This should take out the low. You bought back in 2008 for $10 on iRobot. Did you sell? I know, full cycle for sure. Full cycle for sure. This should make a new low. This should take out this pivot. You know, based off of this RSI, it's still oversold, so you could move up here, but I would bet it makes one more little low. You know, technically speaking, I don't really see much other than the support pivot that you're into. So I could see this going to about, I know, what's the saying? Should have, would have, could have are the three best traders in the market. I'd be a billionaire if I did half of the should haves or would haves. Yeah, so I see iRobot. You have a weekly parallel channel. I could be a buyer down here at 12.25, about $12 on the charts. You know, which is still a pretty big decline. And remember, this is a weak stock. Let's just say the indices start pulling back. What happens to weak stocks in a weak market? They go lower. So just because you have stronger fundamentals, you know, but really that's the only support channel that I see going back to 2022. High pivot, low pivot, high pivot, rejection. You're putting in the lower highs here.
It's been just sitting at the bottom all day, honestly. And trying to get a poppy. Still bearish till it breaks 200. Like, if I miss $15 here, what is it? There's still a backfill to
Warren Buffett, rule number 1, never lose money. Rule number 2, see rule 1. Yeah, I know. It's a pretty good rule, man. I know my 1 year, I remember my best year, I had about a 102% gain on one of my best years, and then the following year I got cocky and I gave back 60%. Like, it's always so much harder to come back. Yeah, please definitely take a look at iRobot. That's a nasty. Okay, so here's the thing I don't like about iRobot. Your RSI on the monthly is making a new low on the RSI with a new low. So here you had your massive low, which resulted in a big bounce on the monthly chart. But now you're putting in another low on the RSI with a low on the price action. So there's no divergence. This is saying that it likely wants to go lower, in my opinion. But if I had to buy it, you could probably get a bounce here at $12-13. Two channels. I'm watching your first smaller channel, and then even all the way down to 850. Now, I think this would only hit the lower boundary channel. Let's just say if the S&P started falling, 10-20% pullback in the markets, that's when you'd probably get this big flush in this name. But right now, I mean, could you get a technical bounce? Sure, you're holding this reversal here. That's okay, but weekly chart, there's no reversal yet in sight. There's no reversal, and odds are this goes a little bit lower. Yeah, 1249, that's where I see it, you know, in around this 1280 and then even $12 here. You know, that's kind of what I'm seeing too there. So hopefully, Philippe, that helps you a little bit. Your Telegram link is expired. Let me resend that to you.
What's the breadth? Hughes is 6-1 positive. Dow's 3-1. Well, 2.5 to 1 positive. Nice is 2.25 to 1 positive. Everything. No breadth is negative. Come on, 487. So you guys can actually get over this damn 49.10. I don't know if we can.
Okay, Philip, hopefully I sent you a new link. Hopefully that one works. Just let me know if it doesn't and I'll figure something out here. Yeah, definitely put it on the back burner, revisit it later, for sure. I agree there, Anthony. Thanks for your insights there, man. SPY is doing, it is trying to continue to push up here. You have Tesla weakening now. And the big level for the S&P, in my opinion, is getting back above this neckline, where you had your rejection here, sell off. So watch this little vicinity here, and we'll see.
Steady up, Sharky. Steady up.
All right, guys, I'll be right back.
Let's go. We're back.
Yeah, that was an epic sell there, Anthony. Good job selling. Nice job. I think we've taken another leg lower here in the indices. Q's and Apple still negative. Tesla down this much. Things should push down here a little bit more. I suspect we have a little bit of a sour hour. Could be wrong. You know, you have triggered a little bit of a bullish reversal. But I see a little bit of a sour hour occurring here. If you lose this EMA 113 again, that's not a good sign.
I've been watching it for a while now. It's not like I didn't have time.
no longer in the mix set. Oh, it went from it was the 7th spot now under 10 to 11 targets. Now 12%.
And it's gonna keep going.
Yeah, so I like it soon.
Oh. I got an email.
You need that info.
I don't know if that sucks. I don't know if you saw it. I was gonna go on. I was gonna go on a look, but I didn't want to.
Yeah, check it after.
Yeah. Yeah, I read that.
Yeah, no wonder. Now only that.
And Ford and GM stocks must be way down. Are they?
Hey, please go, go, go.
Oh, that's why I saw. Makes sense.
Come on now.
ES is over VY.
All right, guys, I'm doing a high risk lotto trade here. Apple 193.0 DTE put. 193.0 DTE put on Apple. I'm just playing with profits. This may lose my streak. I'm just going to see if we get a late day flush in the markets. 193.0 DTE put. Really taken right here at the EMA 113. We're looking for a 193 move. Let's see if we get a late day flush. Super, super risky. Expect to lose this trade. But it's an Apple 0 DT put. Sizing for a loss, just playing with profits today. And the reason we're picking on Apple is because it is negative. It's the only mega cap negative along with Tesla.
This doesn't happen here. My first red one is a month, actually.
Good idea.
I can see it go either way, Starkey. I'm not sure here.
You want the SPY to close green, Anthony? No ways.
Flagging, but the bottom.
Let's close it red. Let's close it red. Qs are red. Get the bears all bared up. Their first down day in how long? To be fair, I'm a bear right now as well. Whoever's buying mega caps up here, you're absolute lunacy.
I want to say.
You should be trimming. If you haven't been long for this last 3-month rally, you should be trimming. You should have taken profits. There's still some parts of the market that are strong, but people should be trimming here. Specifically with oil breaking out, dollar breaking out. Next thing to break out are the yields. As the big FOMC rate hit decision happens. Anyone that doesn't understand how the CPI is measured, our energy CPI component is going to start exploding. If oil gets above 78 and $80, oil is going to start exploding. You don't want to buy the top there, Anthony? Come on. Microsoft at all-time highs? Come on, Mr. Softy. You don't want to buy NVIDIA at 615? You don't want to buy AMD with the 1400 PE? All cash is smart. All cash is smart. But come on, AMD looks so nice at these levels. 1400 PE, one of my favorite setups.
7250 calls, March 15th.
You don't want to buy Microsoft above 400? I thought Microsoft was going to 1,000. I heard 1,000 by next week. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
A little fake dip below there. 20 and give us what we want. It's gonna be tough. 487. Come on, Spy.
AMD at $5 would be a gift.
All right, let's see if they do anything with the 330 algo. Apple kind of getting slapped.
So the final trade we're riding is just a 193 high-risk lotto play. Usually in the power hour, we either get a big pop or a big drop. Since we've been in a downtrend, making lower highs since Apple's negative and the Q's negative and the dollar's firm with the VIX firm, I suspect there's a likely drop that could take place here. The SPY almost dipped to the negative side. Qs are negative, seeing more of the sell side pressure. 10-minute bear flag on Microsoft, little bear flag, 10-minute bear flag on Google. A little 2-minute head and shoulders potential on Tesla. It's at the lows, so head and shoulders at the lows, just like inverse head and shoulders at the highs, typically don't play out as well. But really, if Apple loses this little consolidation range here, bearish consolidation breakdown. If you lose this area here again, nighty night.
Come on now.
Come on. Let's see if we can go 15 for 15. Or 14 for 14, sorry. With this Apple put. We're up in the money a little bit now, but I wanted to have a flush. Give us a new low on Apple. Take it down. Seeing NVIDIA curling over. Google looks vulnerable as well. Still could be a little inverted head and shoulders on Apple. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Tried breaking out here. Rejection. SPY has triggered its breakout. Small caps have triggered a small breakout. AMD at $5. Holy smokes. What type of a gain is that if you bought it at $5? About a 3,300% gain if you sold here. What do you think of Netflix, Anthony?
$330.
Buying Netflix off this breakout?
I just saw SPX March 1st, 4870 call, 3 million.
Alright guys, I'm going to use a stop loss on that put option if we get a 1 minute close above this wick high.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Because it is the top dog in streaming services, for sure.
Come on, give Sharkies a day.
Families fight back from red.
Yeah.
So here you have Google selling, Microsoft, Apple curling up. Google's been one of the leaders all day, so watch for that breakdown. That could mean a significant sentiment shift in the market. Take a look at Google. So the market's moving up, Apple's moving up. You have Google still selling here a little bit. A little bit of a bounce trying to occur now.
Get back to green here in Q.
Yeah, definitely not a buyer here either. All right, SPY's at a big level, hitting your previous neckline resistance. We're hitting that resistance as we speak.
Buyers are here.
Choo-choo. Choo-choo. Where's the choo-choo?
Yeah.
There goes the breakout, guys. There goes the breakout. Apple will stop me out in 30 seconds. I'll close these puts for a loss. As long as we close above this red bar high in the next 18, 17 seconds.
And now, folks,
Let's go.
6 billion plus in positive jets from 0.5 SPX about 30 minutes ago. So we're flying. Don't short. That's all I'm saying. Or advising. How about that?
Alright guys, I just closed that Apple put for a small loss. That is the first loser of the day, and it was the last trade, a lotto play. We did say we warned that it could go against us. It was just kind of more of a gamble since we're playing with profits, and we netted a beautiful, beautiful accuracy here, but closed Apple for a small loss here. There's still a lot of time left in the session for the markets to trend higher and lower. We'll just flip back to the SPY, and I will go back silent on the mic. Okay? SPY is about above that neckline. SPY is above that neckline. A little bit of a bullish recovery in the Qs. The Qs have flipped back to the green side. Apple's still negative, but the Qs are positive.
Who's cooking?
We are positive gamma.
In terms of earnings after the bell, what's today? Today is Wednesday. No, today's Thursday, sorry. Thursday after close, Intel, Visa, KLA, Capital One, T-Mobile, Levi's, L3 Harris, and Western Digital. So Intel is going to be really big for the semiconductor market. Yeah, Netflix is extended.
Volume's neutral, but getting better.
So Intel reports earnings today. Remember, this stock has broken out of a longer-term basing formation. I would favor upside, to be honest, in this name.
No, I'm sorry.
So a huge push in the Qs there. Huge push in the S&P.
Damn, SPX going from 30 cents to $2.50 there. Oh,
I'd say probably Intel pushes up to this 56 pivot here. Could maybe see a pop there today. Tomorrow's a big feast. Domino never fails.
Wait, what's I'm checking Bobble. What's Bobble's phone?
Yeah, it's trying. Definitely trying to get out of there.
No, they do not want to lose 73.
NVIDIA unstoppable? Yeah, NVIDIA is unstoppable until it isn't. AI chips still the big thing. And what's interesting is, I mean, at some point it's going to stop beating its guidance there. It's going to miss one of these earnings and it's going to get clobbered.
75 calls.
The earnings expectations are just continuing to grow so rapidly. I mean, have we seen a company grow this fast before? It's been rare. It's been rare.
I regret it.
let's break out.
I size Bobble for 0. I size that position for 0.
Anybody like the VIX down here?
Here's what it is with Bobble.
No, couldn't break out.
UVXY, positive on the session despite all indices green. What's that all about? Someone knows something. Downside protection being bought, or unless they're going to crush it on Friday. We will see. That little neckline is acting as resistance here, again, just like it did over here. Guys, take a look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin's selling off here, getting a pretty hard 10-minute candle down.
I'm gonna try 488 0 DTEs. Wish me luck.
On the buy side?
Yes, yes.
10 minutes left.
Yes.
488 0 DTEs. That's what one trader is doing here on our group. 488 0 DTEs. I'm not taking anything. We've closed 13 wins, 1 loss today, and that 1 loss was on that Apple put option, which hindsight, it shook us out. If we held like 2 minutes later, we would have been okay. Would have just been break even. Shook us out on that fake out. Wow, look at the power move that is coming into the SPY right now. Look at the power move. They're going to close the Qs green, it appears. Despite the selling under the hood, all indices still green. Still have the VIX pushing up.
Sharky, I've never seen this before. The market just got really thin.
Getting out of the way of the choo-choo train.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I wanted to see a little bit more.
Huge push. The magic wand comes out, and just like that, they're pushing it up into the close. They're selling Bitcoin. They're pushing up equities.
90%. 100%, 110. Oh, my baby. Ooh-wee.
So we'll see if Friday ends at tomorrow with the VIX Crush Friday. Typically, there's about an 80-85% chance.
SPY actually made it. Yes.
Are you going puts BTC? No, I'm not. I'm not going puts. Too late in the session for me. Too late in the session. But it is selling pretty hard here. You're losing 40,000 again. Bitcoin again. I have Bitcoin priced in.
If we hit 4,900.
To have another move down to about 30. Hold on, let me just take a peek here. Gotta pull up my other chart.
Nothing.
Yeah, I know.
I had my finger on the button.
That was it. We had that one pop up, I guess, down to 40.
Well, that's what 21 million does, right?
So BTC, I have it priced in, going to before your next big bounce. This is a bearish wedge pattern break. You're holding on that EMA 113, but I still think we have to hit this upper channel that we were chopping in really since this high pivot in 2022, low pivot, high pivot.
Wow, dude! If you did,
I'm expecting a retrace here to 37,000, low 37,000s. Just 1 second, I'm getting a phone call, guys.
I'm looking at
So big
Capital
names
One
after the bell:
as the
Intel, Visa, KLA,
equivalent of
Capital
Visa for this
One,
cover, but I would say, and Brad, you can correct me if I'm
T-Mobile,
wrong,
Levi's,
maybe like the
L3
next runner up on
Harris.
that tier of credit
I'm watching
quality
Intel. That's the
borrowers.
semiconductor. It's a big
If we
part of
do
the
see that
SMH
charge-off rate,
stocks.
I'm not saying it's got to
I'm watching that closely.
exactly like we saw for Discover, because that was a rapid move to the upside.
So into the close here, they've actually pumped up the S&P, the Russell, and the Qs. Qs are now closing positive on the session, but they've managed to actually also pump up the UVXY. So despite the market rallying, they've pumped up the VIX into the close as well. Heavy volume on the VIX, almost ending at the high of the day again. So that's two really strong days on the UVXY when the markets are green. Huge bullish engulfing candle on volume, and another follow through today. This is shaping up to put in a weekly reversal, guys. Watch out for that VIX. Watch out for that VIX. I think we are going to spike soon. Does that mean something globally is about to unfold? Tomorrow is VIX Cush Friday. There's an 85% chance the VIX being down. We will see.
Because of geopolitical tensions.
Huge push on the SPY there. Huge push on the SPY into the end of the day. Saving the market again from complete destruction in the QQQ. Qs are finishing positive. Just can't seem to get a down day for the bears, eh? Just when it looks like they're going to close the markets down, they push it into the close. Welcome to the election cycle madness. The magic wand is being used. The magic wand is being used.
Appreciate the thoughts, Kevin. Well, I just want to make sure we got to one of the two of those people, but back over to you. I'll cut in when we get the numbers, though. Yeah, sounds good. Jason, you free to jump in here?
Yeah, thanks for helping with the all the technical difficulties I was having today. But Spaces have been weird. Sometimes the phone, sometimes the desktop.
So closing the session above the neckline,
I agree with the panel, especially
into resistance. You got that little technical gap fill. SPY right back to our short level where we took it all the way back down. Amazing. Crazy price action, honestly.
We basically had the price action signal for that options trade that we talked about on here last week, buying calls on USO or calls on CL. We put on an options trade that has done incredibly well so far. Then we got long gasoline. That signal came in on Monday. And then we got long oil, and that signal came in today. So heating oil as well came in today as well. So basically, we're long kind of across the
board. What a run
right
up into the close here, guys. What a fucking pump. Holy shit.
And,
what a pump.
We're looking at it too, and what Kevin was talking about a little bit earlier is like, it looks like manufacturing is bottom.
Unstoppable market. These things always amaze me. And after all these years seeing this crazy price action, you're still able to have these massive run-ups into the close just with the waving of the magic liquidity wand.
Very interested in the energy space. I'm going to keep watching it.
Right back to the highs of the session.
Lean Hogs has been another trade that's done really well. So along with the energy space,
wow, are they going to push the SPY all the way up to high? Holy, what a pump in the close, guys. What a fucking pump. That is crazy.
A lot of products here that are starting to move and starting to break out of
what insane volatility. Look at that wreck. Holy, the SPY is an absolute monster. Magic wand was raised in the last 10, 20, 30 minutes. Look at that run up. Overall, what a trading session for us. Congrats if you were able to bank. We did actually 14 trades, 13 wins, 1 loss. It was an epic trading session for us. The loss that happened was the last lotto play, which I expected to lose. Had to put a little bit of blemish on the record, or else it seems too good to be true for the viewers out there. But anyone that caught those 0DT puts with us, amazing plays, guys. Thank you all for tuning in. We do have earnings after the bell from Intel and KLA, so I'll put on this Intel chart. I'll leave the stream running for a little bit.
Not something you can always look at on a day-to-day trade. Some days bonds, the dollar, and oil move up like we saw today. Lumber being another one. So as we're looking at all that,
so Intel's getting a boost here.
That manufacturing might be picking up.
Oh, Intel's now falling, guys. That's going to hit the semiconductor complex, guys. If this stays into fruition, that's going to hit the semiconductors, guys. Big reversal down on Intel there. Where's support? Where's support? Intel's moving down, guys. Intel's moving down. Whoever shorts semis, well done. Well done. Semiconductors, the SOX ETF is up in the after hours just a little bit here. A couple percent. Big drop on Intel. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Look at that. From the high to the low, we're talking about a 13% drop. Whoa. Huge drop on Intel. We'll see if it's a fake out.
I'm going to look to see how they compare to expectations. But yeah, at least the headline numbers for Intel both beat. The stock is... T-Mobile's moving lower in after hours, by the way. Intel is down 10% in after hours. Data center AI revenue came in at $4 billion. Wall Street was expecting $4.1 billion.
Huge miss on their data revenue.
12.2 to 13.2. Jaguar was spot on. Wall Street was expecting $14.3 billion. So a weak Q1 guidance for Intel knocking the stock down.
Visa slightly down in the after hours, closed at 272, now trading at 271.
But yeah, rip. Jaguar was spot on.
Yeah, that's the conservatism that I was worried about. They are doing this in conjunction with what you're seeing from other traditional old school semis.
Jaguar, you're cutting in and out a good bit. Yeah, I can hear. Can anyone else? Okay. Okay, cool. Sorry about that, Jaguar. We can not hear you. I don't know if you want to switch off the Wi-Fi or whatever you have going on there, but
so Intel's hitting the semiconductor market as a whole.
Missed on EPS.
T-Mobile missed.
Revenue. That's definitely one to keep an eye on as well. Stock's moving lower too in after hours, and then I'm waiting for these Visa earnings.
Stock is moving up.
I apologize for interrupting, Jason.
Oh no, please always jump in with news like that. I appreciate it as well. You know, that's what we're all here for. But for me, you know, basically same old. You know, if you did take that options trade in either crude oil using the futures or USO, I'm still holding the position at the moment. You could sell half. You know, we did put out a report to sell half of the position today if you guys wanted to, but I'm holding on to the full position at the moment. I don't think, for me, I'm kind of looking at it as a hedge to the upside. I'm also looking at it the fact that I also have crude oil long.
Just trying to find out SOX's or Intel's weighting in the SOX ETF or the SMH. So
if you did take the very short dated,
give me a second while I look it up here.
But if you are long,
Intel has a 5.86% weighting in the SOX, so it's the fifth largest weighting in the SOX ETF, which is why in the after hours you're actually seeing the SOXS shoot up here. Nice candle to the upside. Huge candle, just like that. From our trade entry at 438, we're up to 8.69. This one appears like it's going to start running tomorrow, especially if Intel stays weak. So it's going to be interesting to see how Intel closes. I mean, it was down over 12% there at the lows. Now down about 7.
I'm just watching an after hours, waiting for these Visa numbers, which should be coming out. There was a story around JP Morgan assigning co-CEOs for their investment banking division. Won't impact too much, but a specific.
That was a huge wick. Often when you get a wick down that low, it likes to retest that in the coming sessions. So mark that low pivot. You actually saw that in NVDA. Where, remember when NVIDIA had that big drop on earnings? Where was it? I think it was...
It is down 3 points.
Yeah, it was over here at that 469. And then NVIDIA had a big bounce. The following day it ended up ramping up and then got rejected. And look at it, it eventually ended up retracing to that wick a few days later. So I think we could also see similar price action in Intel here, where you may see Intel retrace to that wick at some point. So I like to mark those pre-market lows with my yellow moving out, yellow trendline tool. And we could see a retest of that area at some point. Alright guys, that's the big one. Let's see what Western Digital, WSTC, I know, what was it, Naresh was bullish on this one.
billion. Wall Street was expecting 3.17 billion. So slightly above on that one.
That one's slightly down
What were you saying, Wolf?
in the after
I was
hours.
gonna say,
Now it's up.
we gotta get Keishan Booty on these spaces whenever he gets out of jail, because that man turned 132 grand into 556 grand sports betting. So clearly he's a pretty strong investor. So I think we got to bring him into the mix.
I'm glad your head's in the game on the earnings.
Sorry. All right. I'm watching T-Mobile. I'm watching Visa. Visa's up 0.41% now. It's been moving a little bit to the upside. T-Mobile has rebounded. It is only down 1.56%. It was down 3.3%.
Visa's up slightly in the after hours.
Doesn't really matter too much the move. Okay,
Again, Intel, in my opinion, and Visa are the big ones.
2.41 on EPS. That's a beat on expectations of 2.34. Net revenues of 8.6 billion, slightly beating expectations of 8.56 billion. So, basically in line on both of those, but Visa coming in on a beat. KLAC EPS was $6.16, beating expectations of 591. Revenue of 2.49 billion, beating expectations of 2.46 billion. Visa total processed transaction was 57.5 billion, slightly below expectations of 57.8 billion. And what were you gonna say, Wolf?
I think that was me. I'm sorry. I was just going to say Visa guidance is going to come on the call. They'll update the full year and tell you vaguely, like mid to high single digit type vagueness, what revenue and operating expenses and EPS will look like.
Okay.
All right, guys, I'm going to call this to an end here, the stream. Thank you all for tuning in. It was a fantastic fucking day. We absolutely crushed it here. Congrats if you're able to take any trades with us. Any people that aren't members, definitely check out my tradingcapital.ca Discord. I run a swing trading and day trading service, and I think you'd be more than happy with the trades that we've been recently putting. But we did 14 trades on the live stream today, and we closed 13 winners, 1 loss. The lotto loss was a tiny loss on a lotto play, but nevertheless, excellent job. We banked today, and it's a pretty tremendous day when you can bat over 90%, 95+% average in the live day trading room. Again, please share my content. I'm here putting in my own time each and every day, trying to provide you alpha opportunities and just sharing my knowledge and wisdom. And at the end of the day, you know, I'm also meeting some cool people here between Narish, Anthony, Liquid Fire, and a bunch of other names. Philippe, thanks for rejoining again. On that note, again, thank you everybody for tuning in. I am going to call the stream to an end here. We still have Visa right now to report, which they did report, and they're kind of just slightly up in the after hours. But the big one, Intel down 6%, weighing in on the semiconductor complex. You do have, across the board, the semiconductors down across the whole in the after hours. So expect more weakness. As long as Intel closes at these lows, expect more weakness to creep in. You have NVIDIA slightly down, AMD down 1.21% on that sympathy play. The SOX ETF is down 0.92% and falling. The SOXS, which is the one trade we took in the trading room and I'm still holding, this live day trading, is up tremendously, right? We bought at that 438, and look at this thing pump here, up 10% now on this trade and climbing. So wonderful job if you took that with us. I know a few of you did. If you didn't, well, there will be other opportunities throughout the rest of the year, so make sure you keep tuning in. And again, please share this content, like it, comment, trying to gain more traction in algorithmics. But excellent job if you're able to bank with us today. Take care, everybody. We'll see you on the charts a little bit later. Peace out, yo. Narish, I'm going to watch that Domino's target. I've marked it on my chart. I'm watching that Domino's target.